Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Kiwi, thank you so much for the 6 months tier one. Super appreciate you. How's everybody doing today? You left. Oh my goodness, we had a whole conversation in here. Wow, hello, going to work while working? No problem, Rhino. I left a cowboy reading in a sultry voice to be here. Damn, Kiwi, a cowboy. Your sacrifices are appreciated. They are. Aw, he's a little cat guy. I do like their voice. They're very cute. They're very cute. I like it. Alrighty. Let's get into it. Oh man. Okay. So hey guys, how's it going? I went to the bathroom right before stream. That's why I wasn't talking in chat. But hello, I'm here. Let me just. Okay. There you go. I went to the bathroom. And I left the bathroom, and as I left the bathroom, my cat just look at the paws. love her so much, dude. It's such a little hunch. It's it's because I love her. I do these things. That's why. I wish you could see it from. Because this is from Pixels' angle. From my angle, it was more like a we're looking in each other's eyes kind of situation. It was very funny. It was very funny. Oh god damn. Often Moira is very like she's very she's very like pristine. A lot of her pictures are very pristine. Like she's a very pretty kitty. And like most times, you know, we take pictures of her. She's very cute. She's very adorable. There's not many chances I get where she's got like a gremlin pose. Like she is gremlin energy, but I don't often take pictures of her when she has gremlin energy. And so I treasure every moment that she's just a little odd. Because I know she's odd. She just doesn't through her body language, she isn't very odd. I have this other one from when I was doing the interview on Bandwidth and Banter. This is what Pixel said. And she's, I love it. These are like becoming like two of my favorite pictures of her. She's very silly. She's my very silly baby. Like fucking, let me see. Where's my little Moira folder? See, like, when we first got her, you know, she was very cute. She's a very cute baby. Very, very, very cute, you know? She doesn't look like a gremlin, right? And, like, even I took this picture of her, and it's very pretty. She's very pretty. She's very cute. She's very eepy. She's an eepy girl. My eepy girl. She just, sometimes she has moments when she's just kind of odd. And it's very much like, this is the great way that I think would describe her. Is she's a very pretty, she's a very, like, good, sleepy cat. But then at times, she's just kind of odd. I love her so much. I expose her because I love her. I love her and her oddness. Oh, I love her so much. I had to hold in my laughter when I saw that originally. I do have to blur my screen though, because I have to. Okay, I can stream this publicly. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Putting her on full blast. She don't care. She don't care. She probably like the attention. Alrighty. So we're here again, back on a Monday, poker tummy. She was laying very peacefully on the bed because we have really nice like spring summer sun happening, so she's taking full advantage of it in our bedroom. And she was just laying there very peacefully, and I immediately went over there and I yoinked her. And I, like, shoved my face into her belly, and I was like, hi, baby. And she's like, oh, I'm being smothered. And then I went to the bathroom, and I came out, and she was just looking like that. I could not. I could not love it. I love my cat. She's very funny. She's very funny. Very funny. She takes very good pictures, but she's very funny. He's weird. My cat loves tummy rubs. Some cats do. Some cats do like tummy rubs. And I have to make a go live post because I totally didn't forget. My cat Max was like it. He demanded. Maybe it's a boy thing. Maybe it's a boy thing. Maybe boy cats just like belly rubs more. I can hold on. I can get a third person for this. If he's not too busy. Sometimes, yeah. Does Merlin like tummy rubs? Yeah, not always, but I feel like that's because of our lady bits. Also because I haven't exposed her to wanting belly rubs a lot. Just sometimes. Sometimes she'll be like, yes, please. My cats love being manhandled. The more you just actually abuse him, the more he loves it. That's so weird. But hey, you know, whatever makes him happy, you know? I'm gonna start putting the dates in these. He loved being thrown? Damn, that's crazy. Twitch VOD April 14th. Yeah. I gotta restart this playlist. Also, is my headset quiet? Everything's quiet. Everything's quiet. Hold on, I also have to turn down the music again. He jumps on my desk and he jumps on my desk and I throw him at my bed and he keeps on my back and gets upset if I stop. Some cats I have seen do just like being thrown. Just like kind of tossed. My female dog likes doing that. She likes being tossed. She likes the feeling of flying. Hello, Ghosty. Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well.
Boiling.
Hello. Hello. I have to cut that better. So today is the 14th. Hi. Hi. I forgot one. Be 16 week of APR. Oops. Of APR dot 1925. How you doing, dear? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm having a good morning. Okay, so I was like, maybe it's a boy cat thing, but my roommate Sim, his cat did not like belly rubs, so maybe not. Maybe it's just a cat. Sometimes some cats just like it. Depends on how comfy you are. How are you doing though, Ghost? You having a good Monday? You having a good Monday? There we go. There you go, BLT. You don't need iPad first thing in the morning though. Let's turn that off. You can just hang out. Let's get this day started right, and let's get me to take my meds. Monday. Take some juice. So far, these are just bake some muffins. Ooh, what kind of muffins? We love muffins. We love baked goods in this household. If maybe boy cats just like belly rubs. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Gluten-free banana muffins. Yum! I spent the night at my friend's place last night. Exciting sleepovers. I love sleepovers. Sleepovers are fun. Alright, who is streaming today? Kazio was streaming earlier. So I'm kind of just lurking. Lurking in his chat. Is Gordy already up? He is. Because he's doing stuff with Vuthra today. It's the Monday Vuthra streams. Oh boy. Trying to remember what I'm doing. I need to do scripting today. I'm so proud of you. Like, I know! Did he reach partner? Is he like partner now? Dude, I'm so excited for him because yesterday when he was streaming, he was like averaging like live peak like 100 people. And it was really sick. I was really excited for him. He's gonna get it. He's gonna get partner. I know it. I don't think he's there just yet, but I know, dude. It's so cool. Like, I don't know. I think because I'm in a more positive space surrounded by like more positive like VTubers. I'm just so excited to see people succeed. It wasn't anything big. They just got a bit freaked out of being home alone, but it was kind of nice to just be there for them. So yeah, being there for your friends is always nice. That's always a great feeling to just, support your friends, be there for them when they need you, or even when they don't. I know how much it will mean to him. I'm so very excited. Yeah, no, it'll be great. It'll be great. I'm very excited for them. I'm so excited for them. I mean, they just started stream and they're already at 44, which is fucking great. Just let me just shove that in there. But yeah, no, I am very happy for them. I'm so excited. Did I download my April 11th VOD? Okay, but we gotta get into it though, because today we're going to be watching the first Shrek movie. If I can smell And trying to think. We got video editing, video scripting to do. A little bit of editing, I'd say, which would be nice. But I'm not in too much of a rush on the editing part. Because I got the rest of the week to do it. But doing some panel art would be fun. I would like to do some panel art if possible. I don't know which poster I want to use. I don't really like any of them. I like that, they just reuse assets. It's very interesting. I'll use this one. What the fuck, Knuckles? Hold on. Lounge. There we go. Alrighty. Oh shit, Shrek! Yeah, we're gonna watch the Shrek movie. Membership tonight. We watch an original Shrek movie. Oh, I can't spell today. Shrek movie. And then I usually do yeah, this. Alright. There we go. So that's all good. We made the post for that. I need to open my pure ref for today. And I need to redo my calibration for my iPhone. I'll be doing that at the start of every stream, but I forget. Alrighty, open, recent to do. I just gotta recalibrate it here. There we go. Okay, Buffy. I got a repo guy to do. Repo guy, save. And then this stuff. But I don't have anything to post for today, so today's not a post day, except for YouTube VODs. So I gotta switch accounts to make out VODs. Over me, watching me, anxiety. Oh, I didn't edit that one. Oops. Oh, I gave it the wrong description. Oops. Wish I could just take this. Gotcha. And then VOD April 4th, save. My stuff feels quiet. Oh, it's because my headset's quiet. There you go. There we go. Good afternoon. Hello, Devouring. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. Watching me, anxiety. 2025, April 7th. And these ones can go into a new folder. April. The day has survived me. I'm glad. I'm glad. I would not want to know what happens if the day doesn't survive you, you know? I feel like, you know, might cause some unrest in the cities. 14. The clear blue water. There's water. Go well from home. Thumbnails art the 7th. Nope. This one. And this. No. Paste. Anxiety. So good, but it gives me anxiety? Aw, man. You just gotta see it like it's, I always see it like a sensual dance with anxiety. So that makes sense, honestly. Anxiety. Oh, wait, no, I won't allow that. On the edge the whole time because I'm expecting the other song. Pixels reacts the same way, to be honest. I just like the female presence in the song. I like that part a lot. Okay, so we got the VOD uploaded. Is there any other preliminary things I need to do first? I don't think so. So I think I'm just gonna get ready to do some scripting for today. So this will be done. Okay, that scared the shit out of me. I thought Roll for Fun was broken. Oh, I'm gonna have to move that game because I haven't played it yet. Oh my god, wait, we gotta play Burger's Cozy Kitchen. Hold on, cancel. Burger's Cozy Kitchen, and I'm gonna make panels about it. Hostile government takeover. Talk about it, but I'll be late for. Oh, did I uninstall it? You got it. I did. I got it the day you told me about it. I understand. Style government takeover. I thought I downloaded it, but I guess I didn't. I want to get it set up so that way I can draw like a cute little panel for it. I don't know what just happened. Wanna be with... Oh, it's in the bottom left. What the fuck? What is happening? Okay. Your mom told me you were opening this burger joint and asked me to help you teach how to run the kitchen as good as mine. My name is Tylo. I've been making the best burgers in town for over 40 years. Still, the time has come to pass my knowledge to the new generation. Let's cut to the chase. What ingredients do you have ready? This is cute. Nothing. You have nothing? You were planning to cook air burgers? Yes. Well, it's okay. Luckily, it's an easy fix. Let's start with a simple burger. You'll need meat, bread, and a cutting board. Local shippings are quick. Use a tablet by the door to buy what you need from the local. Oh, this looks like a switch. Basics. That was fast. Now we have the basics. Mastering the simple burger is essential for us. Present to wash your plate in the sink. Hold right click to wash the sink. Okay. For now, you'll need to wash one every time you need it. Let's keep going. Prepare. I'll taste it when it's ready. Okay, plate a raw burger. Plate-up vibes. It does give plate-up vibes, doesn't it? Oh, I have to cut it. Oh, shit. And then I should have brought this plate over, huh? But then I want a raw burger. Because they didn't give us... They didn't... What? You almost made me eat this. How could you make me eat a raw burger? Even if we're animals, no one's going to pay for raw meat. We're headed for a disaster. Go to the storage room. Use that door whenever you want to organize and restock your ingredients. Okay. They told me to plate a raw burger. I wonder if you'll be able to move around the counters too. Oh, maybe. Do for now. Let's try making a simple burger and cook it to whatever level you like. Just don't burn it. Okay, hold on. Let me clean the dishes. Left mouse key also surprisingly works for that. Alright, let me get a burger. You took the meat out of the fridge and tried to feed it. They told me to. There we go. Let me turn that off. I make the best burgers. Much better this time, but the customers are the judge of your food. Open the gate and serve 3 customers. Don't worry about the reviews. They won't affect your... Okay. A lot of spots for lunch, but it's killer kickback. 7 up a Big Mac. Pentagon serving in the Pentagon. Where's my burger? Oh, here it is. Here you go. Enjoy. The meat was less cooked than I ordered. Check how many flames are drawn on the orc. What? What's happening? Oh, it's on fire. Oh, it's on fire. How's it already on fire? Okay, it's okay. Okay, hello. Do you just want a patty? Huh? It takes a long to start a fire. That's what I'm saying. Is this good now? Is that good now? I don't really know. I'm excited for this game though because you guys can order stuff. So like I'll be working and then whenever you guys want a burger, you can have a burger. And you can have whatever you want on the burger. I mean, I don't have a lot of ingredients yet, but you guys can order burgers and I can serve you burgers. Hope they like it. It was more cooked than I ordered. Check how many flames are. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay, hold on. I think I get it. Oh, man. Glad I have infinite amount of plates. Hello, 1 second. I'm cleaning the plates. Burger pie with extra mayo and double cheese. We don't even have cheese yet, man. They want it 3 cooked. Okay, so... Okay, I have 3 patties left. So it's 1, 2. I think it's gotta go 1 more. Yeah. Boom. I think that'll be good. I think they wanted 3. I want my burger 50 cooked. What? I think you only go 3 or 4, I think. There you go. Thank you. Wasn't fast, but the result was exquisite. Okay. Yeah, and you guys can write me like burger reviews. You better be nice about it though. Oh. Yes, hello? Hello, you would like 2. Fucking Oh my god. Okay. Boffy's last burger. That's 1. Dinner and a show, exactly. Break, mo. Okay, we only have 3 buns left. So we can't fuck this up. I wish I could, like, toast the buns. That'd be fun. There we go. There you go. Here you go. That was 4.5. The burger was really dirty. It's because I dropped that one on the floor. Oh my god, I didn't know that would matter. Okay, what would you like? You want it 3 cooked. Okay. 3 cooked. Side of ice soup, you got it. 1. 2. 3. There you go. Oop. Can't believe they called my burger dirty. It wasn't dirty. Here you go. Enjoy! Oh, that was like a 4.5 star. Everything in my burger was what I asked for. It was a 5 star. We did it. Now that I know you can cook, teach me how you'll make money. Pay attention because I'll only explain this once. In a burger joint like this, customer traffic is never consistent. You might be overwhelmed with orders or see no one pass by for 15 minutes. Take advantage of slow times to study, play other video games, watch anime, or even stream. Young people today have such diverse hobbies. When a customer arrives, just serve them the best you can. It would be great if you bought a bell. It's cheap and will help you know when someone arrives. Buy a bell on the tablet. Utilities, a bell. Perfect. Now, when a customer arrives, the bell will ring. Make sure to serve them as quickly as possible. If main cow eats the burger, is it considered? Yes. Yes, I'm all for it. I'm all for cannibalism. Let's wait for the first order. Go to do your thing. Minimize the tab. Press tab, and the bell rings. The first order will arrive. Okay. Wait, won't I need to, like, open it? Oh, okay. And it's like in the little corner, and it's like, oh, hello. And then you want boar gear. I don't think I have any more. Mad cow disease. She's a catch cow lichmera. These are just cows. So is it like humans eating monkeys? It's different. What did you want? You wanted at 1. Okay. I got this. Close that. I just gotta clean a dish. Boop. I gotta get this. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. It's fine. I mopped. I mopped in here, so it's okay. If we eat the brain, understandable. Oh, you didn't come from monkeys. We come from apes. Okay, so it's like if I ate an ape then. Okay, I'm sorry that it was a little dirty. Found hairs on my food and they weren't mine. See, that's how you run a burger joint. You can work on other things while waiting for new customers. Whoa, that scared me. The radio turned on by itself. I'd like to give it to you. This radio can be accompanied for many hours in this burger joint, and I hope it can reach you. Right to change the time, just volume. Go away. I don't... Wait. I don't... Wait. I don't want the music. Okay. So they walk away with the plate, then return it? That's some trust. It's a hope. Okay, I want to do it in Twitch mode. Okay. Brand image is very important in business like this. Live streaming your kitchen will attract customers from everywhere. In the escape menu, you can configure how often a client will interrupt. This way, you can serve everyone without getting distracted from your usual content or while playing other games. Your viewers can place orders with a command !Bergie. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Then naturally specify what they want. Here's an example. Burgie well done with cheese and tomato. They can also lower the score if you mistake, like dropping it on the floor or throwing it out the window. They can find more. Okay. So you can do !Bergie and then it'll let you do that. Okay, let me select a minimum time for viewers to interrupt your broadcast. Oh yeah, I don't mind. Can repeat only subs. Oh, shit. Wait. Hello. Well done. You got it, buddy. I won't drop it. Very well done. I think it's just well done. Hold on. They said there was like a website, right? We're all covered in hair. I don't think that's all. You wanna... I wonder if that went... Oh, wait. Wait, I think that's right. Oh, no! Uh-oh. It's okay. Everything's okay, chat. Everything's okay. I think this is not cooked enough. Hold on. Okay, I think you wanted it very well done, right? So I think it needs like one more. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, we won't give Rainer that one. Why don't I have a fire extinguisher? Okay, we're good now. Okay. Is there like... There's a trash can? Oh, there's a vent to stop it from burning. Okay. Okay, that one's good. That's good. In the event of a grease fire, grab the pan and shake violently. Yes, exactly. Okay, here you go, Rainer. Sorry about that. Sorry about the wait. Oh my god! Thanks. It took a little while, but the dish was perfectly prepared. Thanks, Rainer. Okay. Does it give us the next one? Oh yeah, Boffy. Oh yeah, so it's heynowgames.com/burgy commands. Wait, so let's look that up. heynowgames.com/burgy commands. And then I'll post this in chat. Here you go. Excuse me. Sorry. 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 Hold on, I'm getting to it. Alright, sir, and you would like... Also, wow, everyone with the well-done burgers, huh? 1, 2... Let's wait for this. 3. Okay, there you go. Turn that off. Alrighty. 1 second, sir. Your burger will be ready momentarily. Here you go, Boofers. Enjoy your burger. Thank you for my money. The preparation was slow, although the final dish will make up for it. Thank you. Thank you, Waffy. Oh, Kiwi Goblin. You would like a lightly cooked one. I got you. Lightly cooked? I gotcha. Okay, this guy. Turn that off. It was much more chaotic than I thought it was going to be. I'm gonna be honest. All right, there we go. There you go, Kiwi. Very quick. Thank you. Hell yeah! Yay! I did it! Okay. I restocked the kitchen. Burgy raw. Can you do a raw burgy? You can't do it raw, it looks like. It looks like I have to do it till at least 1 degree of cooked. App messed up my order, rude. Okay, well, I'm not really in charge of the app, so... You know what? No, you asked... Oh, well, it's already cooked. Okay. Burgy vegan? I wonder if that's something we could do. Rude? What the fuck? I got the burger exactly as I had requested. Yeah. Dirty? It's not dirty. Hello. You would also like a raw burgy. Not a raw burgy, but you know. Only slightly cooked. Raw meat with extra cheese. I don't think I can unlock. I think we could, actually, I don't know how much cheese is. Hold on, let me see how much cheese is. We got basics, ingredients. Cheese is 25. We don't have 25. We have $13. You guys are gonna have to pay me more if you want cheese. We don't have the cheese supply yet. We need $10 more before the cheese supply. Okay. I'll put this like over here. Hello, Kiwi? Okay, you also, how much is a burgie? It's only like a couple dollars. See, I think it's like $2. You want it only slightly cooked, right? Yeah. I only pay if I get to eat the plate. You can have the plate. Girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. I wish I could just do it like that. I can't. Oh! I caught it. I caught it. I caught it. There you go, Kiwi. They give you food from the floor like you're an animal. No, I picked it up. I picked it up. 2 raw meat burgie. Okay, wait. You wanted 2 raw meats, though. 5-second rule? That's what I'm saying. He saw you. He did not. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so you want 2 meat patties? I got you. Hold on. Put that on the prep table. What else can we buy? Utilities. There's a trash can, another cutting board. Plates? Oh, like it's like a plate rack. Okay. I can't put 2. I can't put 2. What the fuck? Why can't I put 2? I can only put 1. I am sorry, Buffy. I mean, the burger's as big as your head, so I think, you know, that's okay. Just as I ordered it. I did it. What else do they got? Oh, we can add, like, we have, like, sauces and stuff. It's, like, ketchup, mustard, mayo, and other stuff in a paper towel. That's cool. What is that? I wonder what that is. Is it the rankings? I want the cheese. I want the cheese. We don't have games now? Oh, shit. I didn't unmute it. I'm sorry. There you go. Oh. Alright, there you go. Okay. What are the decorations? Oh, these are just decorations? We don't get to use these? Damn. Okay. Alright, well, I'll just pre-prep another burger. I can pre-prep another burger. Alright, let's put that there. Oh, hello. Hello, welcome in, Buffy. You would like it well done? Alright, I got you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, I am working on it. Sir, excuse me. Hold on, I think it's 1 more. Alright, sir, here! Take your damn burger! God, oh no! Look at what you've done. You made me forget! No! Okay, we're good. We're good. Damn. Do another restock. This. Oh, they put the radio back. Okay. Alrighty. So, how do you get vegan? Oh, I guess I have to. Okay. You want. Okay. I got it. This there, this there, this. Oop. Put that on the prep table. Put this here, put that there. I think we gotta get the lettuce in order to do, like, the vegan meals. Just trying to speedrun you to cheese. No, that's valid. Let's see, we're at 23. I think we have to do 1 more order. Ingredients. Yeah, we have to do, if you could do, like, 1 more order of burgie, then we'll be good. I really wish we could toast, like, the buns and stuff. I think that'd be cool. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Some extra love on it. Well, the love is how extra fast it comes. Sweet, now we can get cheese. The ingredients were a bit off. I made it beforehand, huh? She said from the fridge to the bun, it's great to transform burgers. Okay, now we have cheese. Oh, Oh shit, you're a robot. That's cool. Okay, so you want some cheese. Cheese, and then how do you want you want it well done? Okay. This here. Now wait for that to pop 3 times. 1, 2. We don't have onions yet. Put that on the prep table. Cheese. No, technically we can RPR. Yeah, technically you can. Alright, sir. I hope you enjoy your caramelized onions. I made sure to make them extra caramely. Yes, thank you. Oh, see, now they're $3. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy, Pixels. Enjoy. Yeah, we should restock. I think the next thing I'd like is probably like this thing. But yeah. Now chat, you can order burgies whenever and it'll be in the bottom left of my screen while I do stuff. I love it. Wait, I wanted to keep that open. Well done, Griffin chatting with mermaid cheese. You got it, buddy. Alright, let me just get the buns from Narnia and then cook up some of that griffin meat. Let me wash the plate made out of the finest pearls. Wait, how would you want? Oh, 3, okay. Cheese. There we go. Bun, and then we turn this off and put the griffin meat with the mermaid cheese. Are the buns cruelty free? No, they're full of cruelty. Here you go. These buns are not cruelty free. We don't do that here. All right, and we whip our wheat here. Because they need, yes, exactly. It makes it more expensive. Just set up, pre-set up some plates. There you go. I could do like one more plate. Actually, we could put like a plate here. I could do like one more plate, and I could put it like back where that one was. There you go. Now we're ready. Now we're ready for whenever. Go play with the streamers. Cookies. Oh. That's interesting. Interesting. Require, oh, that you can do a smashed burger. Huh. It does say rare and raw, so it's, I think there's loads of skins. Like what? And some are secret. Interesting. Interesting. I like it. I like it. So you just gotta try my Funyuns skin cow. I wish I could see like what my own thing looks like. It's a dog. I can like move it. I didn't know I can move it. Oh, hello. You would, okay. Ooh. Thank you for the lurk. Rare. He's skin flamingo. I think you're still a bear. You're still a bear for me. Turn the grill off. I keep forgetting to turn the grill off. No! You're still a bear for me. Here you go. Thank you. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I don't really know how the skin thing works. Maybe it's something in the settings that I need to enable? No, it doesn't look like it. Where did you see the skin thing? Oh, other commands. Skin. Only subs, VP mods. You can change your skin at any time. This configuration will be saved locally for that streamer. Choose the animal that you like the most from the game and answer. There's no skinless, as there are some of them are singing. I like skin duck. Hmm. Oops. Huh. I don't know. Maybe... I don't know, because you are, like, okay, it says... Yeah, you're a sub and a VIP, so I don't understand. Maybe it just needs a second. I don't know. But I hope you guys like that. Burgy. Done. I'm going to put this somewhere because I kind of need the bottom left of my screen. Like, I was hoping it could be like a separate instance. You know? I think I'll go here and go windowed. No, because it still does the same thing. Huey, you should try the skin thing too. You want a double animal style? You got it. Cat. So you wanted medium, so you wanted a 2 level. I got you. Maybe you have to do it before ordering, you think? Because maybe, like, when you order, it already, like, picks it, and then you're like, yep, that's just what you are. But maybe if you pick it, like, beforehand and on the next one, maybe? Here, I can also look it up on the wiki, I think. Oh, not that one. Guides. Hell yeah. Discussion for the debris because requires internet connection, minimum specs. I don't believe they don't have a frog. That's valid. Slow customer wait, frustrating order queue. Not skins. For skins. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not completely sure how that works. Yeah, I fucked it up. I think I need to put it in overlay mode. There we go. Oh, my eyeball. My eyeball, chat. My eyeball. Oh. Skin. You can change your skin to anything save locally. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. It's okay. Well, we can check it later. Alright. When it's dead. Do your dirty work. Come out to play when you are hurt. Okay. Oh, we could do Burgy's Kitchen. Thank you for the lurk. What's the game called? Burgy's Cozy Kitchen. All you do is fill me up with doubt. Time, baby, I'll be. I just want to see if it's on here. Birdie's Cozy Kitchen. Favorite. The official hashtag is this, which I have to add. And then the YouTube hashtag is this one. Okay, but first we'll start with... Where did Vibin Shine go? Where did Vibin Shine go? History? Where did Vibin Shine go? Thank you for the wellness check. I think some wobber. Okay. Where did Vibin Shine go? To notice how... Oh, there it is. That scared the shit out of me. Alright. You guys go up there. You want a burgie? Just do exclamation point burgie. In that way. How you don't feel the same. Oh, the burning pain. Listening to you harp about... I wish I could, like, go to other monitors. That would be nice, too. Oh, that changes... Oh, that changes the size of it. Interesting. Just let me say. I wonder... Okay. Loved you from the start. April 14th to the 19th. I believe. Yeah. To do, lying on the bed staring into the unrequited terrifying love is driving me insane. Oh, good lord. I keep forgetting to add to this playlist. Okay, it's gotta go back down there. I had any of these. Ooh, cool lady. Hi, Uncarbo. How are you doing today? My brain beeping. Okay, Good News Network. I see someone was enjoying one of the TikToks I sent her in her free time. I followed them. I might have to go to my other TikTok account really quick. 1 second. In your arms tonight. So I keep forgetting to add things to Vibe and Shine. Thank you for the cheek, Pam. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Dragoth Drake. Look at about it. No. I think I'd do this one. Manage. Oh, I can show you guys. Happy talk. Oh, the Tenderless app is out now, so you can do like fonts and stuff, and you can write in Tenderless through their website, and it auto translate for you. Guys, oh, have a good look. Look at him. Look at this stuffed animal. I want him so bad. He's so cute. I could be a great mother. You could be a great mother. Do this dog. So cute. Hold me in your arms tonight. Lovely creature results of the breed of 3. Hello, Joker. How are you doing today? Is this? Oh no, this is the man one. What else? Oh, this one is funny. I'll do 2 cat ones. Wait, should we do 2 cat ones though? Because I already did a cat one, right? I did this cat one. Ooh, these cups. Okay, we got the ones for today. Abracadabra, abracadabra. Okay, so we'll do these 3. Yeah. Be good, but sad because D&D session got canceled today. No, I'm so sorry. Your player's busy. It's okay. You guys will be able to play next week. And this will give you more time to prep. You know, if you needed more time to prep. Think about it that way. This will be the second video. Actually, no, I fucked that up. Unana the ubaba abacadabra abba udana. Just say devil. Oh, I have good D&D news. I'm gonna be part of a game starting Friday. Finally got a DM that isn't a pedophile or an abuser. I feel like that's not that rare. I think that just depends on the people you're around, but you know, good on ya. I'm very happy for you. I hope that believe it was your appendix. I hope your appendix is doing okay, bud. Honestly, I really should have done it like this way. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm stupid. There you go. Yeah, the last one was abuser. That's valid. I like their cups. Healing still in bed right now. I'm glad. Be sure to take care of yourself because you are very important. I'll work on commission later. Eat a bucket full of wafers. What kind of wafers? Vanilla wafers? I was made for loving you, baby. I don't know why I closed this. This is the wrong one, by the way. Okay. Nope, still the wrong one. Both Nilla and chocolate. Ooh, yum. Yum. Did they have another video of these mugs? This one, I think. I just like want like a picture of it. Honestly, this is a better like overview of the video, so I might download this one instead. Can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough? Bro, I'm like suddenly so tired. My brain just decided, I forgot to ask, did you ever add me to your list? I don't know if you ever did, because we joked about it, but I'm down if you wanna. Yeah, we mentioned it. You are on the list. I just know you had some reservations about it, so I understand. Regardless, I need to download this. Really, can I come to this conundrum where I really don't mind if it has well, luckily I don't work for the FBI. Lord of the Ring cups. Black cat spin. Ooh, they have some good hashtags in there. Actually, that was a really good idea. What the fuck? Hold on, I didn't think about that. Yeah, for sure. Usually I don't, I might need a logo, but yeah. Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings. Tolkien, talk. Middle Earth. Lord of the Rings fan art. And then this one has black cat, lover cat, and then cryptic, tenderless, secret code, typography. Shit, I usually, then I could just do an emote. For people that I can't find, like logos for, I just do an emote that they like. Okay. Alright, that was the order? Yes, it is. This is the last video I need. Download. This is tenderless. We can close this guy. I say as I lie. I wonder if BZ's streaming today. Is BZ streaming today? Maybe BZ doesn't stream on Mondays no more. Nope, I lied. Yeah, no problem. Little guy. It's very interesting. Made up language of the meaning if I understand it. It's down. Come back to my place. And then I just need this one. Thank you for the head pat. Maybe that's not the best. What did I do? Can I just go to the thing? Can I go to the tenderless thing? pendrilis.app. Oh. Make the radius smaller. Wonderful day. I am using this 10 for a video. Okay. Oh. Tradition. I liked it in the video more, I think, because it was more an like an example of using it. This one. He's waiting for you. Open up the dirty window. Illuminate the lights that you can love. Something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. This one. Feel the words on your lips. Export. Video editing. Ow, ow, my brain cell. Whoa. Supercharge! Supercharge! 16. At the blank space before you. Open up the dirty window. Eliminate the words that you cannot find. Reaching for something in the distance. So close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your gold star. Rain on your lips. Okay, that's basically done. I just gotta write the thing now. Oh, my brain is like suddenly so tired because it's like warm in my office. I don't know if anybody ever gets that. If it's like a little too cold or a little bit too hot, they're just like, I'm gonna sleep. I can feel it for you. You can let it in. Oh, I blurred the background too much. Yes, yeah, that's me right now. I'm so ready to just fall asleep. Just put me into a little nap. Oh, like, to be honest, like 3 o'clock PST, 3 o'clock PST, whatever that time is, and other times, it's just a good time to nap. It's a good time to nap. Italians did it right. Reaching all the way from Middle Earth is this amazing artist. I think 1 p.m. PST is 4 p.m. EST. Yeah, that's think? I don't really know. Math is hard. Time zones are hard. I don't like them. Summer in the world. Reaching all the way from the Middle Earth is this amazing artist that brings us these seamless pair of mugs that displays the wonderful, the fantastical, hello fruit map of map from Lord of the Rings. I got no clue. All I know in my state is 6 p.m. My state, the 6 p.m. I just eat now. Everybody eat now. Everybody take a nap right now. On the mountain. I want to take a nap. Can we someday, not today of course, but like I thought you said froob? Huh? I said fruit. Can we have a nap stream where I just stream and I take a nap? Do you all take a nap with me? Reaching all the way from Middle Earth is the amazing artist that brings us the seamless pair of mugs. Reaching all the way from Middle Earth is this jaw-dropping. Oh, understandable. Dropping artist that brings us the seamless pair of mugs that display the Angel Mac of Lord of the Rings. I can feel the warm tea, warm brews that would sit beautifully in those mugs from here. Oh hell yeah. I know, it's just like maybe some people like don't like, you know how like some people like to fall asleep on the phone with people? I could pretend that. I'll be like, okay, good night, chat. Good night. We're gonna take a nap, and then we take a nap together. Be like a ASMR stream, but kind of, but not really. But we're napping in real time together. I think that'd be fun. It's a little nap buddy. Maybe it's because I just like to sleep. The second one. Here. Speaking of over here in Catland, we got a silly little kitty being spun with no thoughts and their peats stretched out. Like, look at them. They look like little chicken legs with peats attached. Hee. I can't type. Okay, and then this will have to have at she has all these. Okay. It's down to the most of night. The apartment's down and she went after the night. You would arrive, she's never be alone. We also get to share also an exciting news. The creator of the Tenderless script has created a website for translating words into the Tenderless font. They have fun shapes and colors. So it out today at tenderless.app. So, and you can try it right now if you type tenderless.app in your browser. Fuck, I cannot spell. My spelling has been degrading as of late, and I don't know why. Calling us from the artisanal depths. I'm contagious. Oh boy, I was already illiterate. No. Middle Earth. Rain thought nap and stop. Okay, I'm a power down. Yeah, it's just like, oh, you said nap. Okay. Oh my god, a Burgie time. Oh look, he like follows your mouse. It's cute. You are a flamingo. It made you. Oh no, I made you a flamingo. Hello. Make you a birdie. Yeah, I think it just needed time. Turn that off. Get this cut up. And you wanted a slice of cheese? Alright, got you a slice of cheese. Bada bing, bada boom. Yaga. Here you go, buffers. Enjoy your raw burger, which has... Wow! That's a nice tip, my guy. Oh my god. Wait, don't say that. Don't say that. Huh. We don't say that. We don't say that. I'm excited for them to add like a warehouse system. That'll be very interesting. Alright, I gotta get some more plates. Back again. It's a love in a simple way. I'm still standing. You just fade away. I'm still standing. Like a true survivor. Like a little kid. Hey girl, are you the one? No! No! Oh, Bobby. I need Pete's. Rest upon a kitty's feet. Have it all even. A very fancy and convenient way to learn the new gorgeous Tendrillist font. There you go. Finished one. Chat, I finished one. Buffy, you should do a Microsoft Flight Sim where it ends when you... Oh my god. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Alright. Steam debugger. We're just gonna go back to cute things. Network drives. Oh. Lanes, I heard worse from you. Don't even. Worse from me? Like what? Like licking your grandma's pussy juices? That's not as bad. Oh my god. It's not even September. It's only April. It's only April. These would be a lot more funny if it was the day, you know? I need a logo. This one. RF23. Yeah. Bergie. Did you know comedy and tragedy used to mean the same thing? That's valid. It's really funny. My girlfriend's birthday is on 4/20. I had an ex whose birthday was on 4/20, actually. Winky dink. Darling. But the funnier thing is they didn't like weed, so. I need, actually, I could just take a picture of the kitchen. I mean, it is rather coincidental. Actually, this doesn't really do it justice. Hold on. Can I get a burger for the mods in our basement? That's fucking funny. Yeah, we'll take this one. We'll take this one. That's not the button. That's not the button. There you go. see. I want this to have a fun bit in the beginning too. I know. Intro bit where I'm in a kitchen, everything is on fire, and then I have it handled. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Simulator, indie, solo dev, gamer. I don't really know what to put for the Schedule 1 tags, to be honest. Cozy, cute, Twitch, streamer, Pomodoro, cute, burger. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Ahem. Don't worry about that. I just had to make sure all my mods, sure my chat was fed with my delicious and definitely not burnt burgers. Forgot what I was doing for a second, sorry. Yeah, and yeah, this is like a very good sell. Like, they have a very good descriptor for their stuff. Don't worry about that. I just had to make sure my chat was fed with delicious and definitely not burnt burgers. Manage your own corner kitchen in this adorably chaotic idle cooking game. Play actively or use a companion while you work on your PC windowizing the counter to your desktop screen. That's a weird way of saying that. A fun way to disconnect once in a while is the Pomodoro focus tool, or integrate it with your Twitch chat. I work together, so it's a fun break for the both of us. Did it have a demo? It didn't. It did not. My chat and I work together, so it's a fun break for the both of us. If you're interested in trying this out with your chat, you can grab it over on Steam as it's out now in early access. They need 9/11's what? Huh? I mean, this song is very coincidental, no? Crucified, no, I wanna listen to my DJ. Thank you. I don't really need your welcomes. I gotta fix my hair. Oh, my hair. Ow. Ow. Okay. Okay. Actually, because they have kitchen key mailer. Man, I wish I knew it was on key mailer. I would have seen if I could have gotten a key from them, but that's okay. It's my fault for not fucking checking, honestly. Oh yeah, I was just trying to see if they had any other screenshots that would work. I kind of like this one. This one, yeah, this one's cute. That's cute. Let's do that. know why. For fun, Bergie. For fun, 23, save. Put that down. And then I need to go back to their, I'm gonna just do it this way. Interesting, I can't. Okay, there you go. Save video as. Yep, that's fine. Do they not have any, like, sort of, like, trailer or anything? Video editing, roll for fun, Bergie's kitchen, this one. I didn't do absolutely enjoy the dealing versus the wheeling in this game, but it's a blast. Must with friends. Thought out game than I thought it would be. Like, who knew donuts make someone explosive? Wink. Let's not do the wink. And the Burger's Kitchen. Roll game. To me, by my. Okay, I gotta try something. Wait, what? I mean to move me. Boop. Let's mark things off on my to-do list. These stars. Let's see. Does everyone have the same? Okay, they do. I need DM Noble. Noble. Oh. Um. Ah. Sure. And then it's oh shit. Oh, okay. Mm. No, can't make. Okay. My board gear. My board gear drive is almost full. Chat. Why is it so fat? I forgot, what is the thing called? Yeah, this one. Okay. Okay. I gotta grab stuff for Noble. This is so funny. This is cute. It's just so zoomed in. Let's see if I can do it now. Okay, I can't. Okay, I gotta wait. I gotta wait till Noble gets off of work. Okay, that's fine. I'll just grab something else of Noble's. Unless they have something on here. Okay, they don't really. Okay, that's fine. Someone's fire alarm's going off. Thank you. Good lord. Okie dokie. Slime and I must cook. Playing games I enjoy. I love chatting shares. Pizza Hut over Domino. Okay. I'll just use this for now. The only thing that's making me upset about Bergie's little kitchen is it's like it removes my taskbar. I don't enjoy. Oh, so if it's disabled, I can't do the thing. Okay. Antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Okay, no, overlay is fine. I was hoping I could put it on a different monitor, but it's okay for now. Antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Fucking go away. Alright, why are you so fat? Why are you so fat? Oh, because Baldur's Gate 3. Grab that off though. I don't even play that game. Hold on. I don't even know why I would put that on there. Uninstall. Uninstall. Go away. Go away. Alright, refresh. So antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Baldur's Gate 3. Helldivers 2. A lot of these are valid, actually. What is the next big one? I don't want to take that one off. I don't want to take that one either. I could move stuff. I think I could move stuff. Manage. Properties. Move install folder. This won't move. I'll do that with the other one too. Okay, I can't move it. Okay. I'm done fighting. I don't feel I ignore streaming. Was more like or streaming. Was so much waiting. Kid yelling outside. Oops. Oh fuck, what was it? Noble 171YT. Feeling. Score 6 stars. Name plates. keep it like that for now. This will be temporary. Because we'll come back to it later. This will be 6. Save. They are a slime and they must cook. That's right. This here slime, known as noble. Actually, no. A fate that aligns them with cooking. Let's see. Okay. Whether it's community nights where where chat cooks with Noble, or maybe even a good lord Saturday morning, you can have breakfast with him. Nice smell. The kitchen. Well, hopeful. Go to their YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to borrow some of them. I really like Noble's thumbnails are pretty funny. But that's not all. This adorable slime VTuber also plays a variety of games and releases fun YouTube videos about their adventures, whether it's wheeling and dealing, something on the side, or maybe a simple what do they call it? Pilknog? Pilknog? Or other delicious but that's not all. This adorable VTuber also plays a video game and releases fun YouTube videos about their adventures. Whether it's wheeling and dealing, something on the side, or maybe a simple pilknog or other delicious insert barf noise cuisines. That's not all. This adorable slime VTuber also plays a variety of games and releases fun YouTube videos about their adventures, about their culinary adventures. Whether it's wheeling and dealing something on the side, or whether it's wheeling and dealing something on the side, or maybe whether it's wheeling and dealing, or maybe whether it's wheeling and dealing, or maybe a simple or maybe just a cup, or just serving up some pilknog or other delicious other pilknog insert barf noise. I don't like the way this reads. They are a slime and they must cook. That's right. This here slime is known as noble and has a passion, no, a fate that aligns with cooking. Whether it's community nights where chat cooks with noble, with them, with him, or maybe even a Saturday morning where you can have breakfast with him. I'd say him too much, so noble's fine. Whether it's community nights where chat cooks with noble, or maybe even a Saturday morning where you can have breakfast with him, there will always have a nice. There will. I would put this one here actually. That's not all. This adore. Okay. This VTuber model. This VTuber rocks a model. Let me see. Oh, noble. Noble! Noble! Where are your credits, Noble? Noble! I know who made it. You're lucky I know who made it. Oh shit! Hey dude. Hey, what's up? I need to talk to you. Add me as a friend on Discord so I can DM you. Also, where is your credits panel? Where is your credits panel, boy? I'm about to whoop your ass. Where's your credits panel? Cool, okay. What's that? Where you credit your artists. It's where you credit your artists for, okay, well, yeah, see, art credits. I was gonna say, BZ may not have one because everything they do is self-made, but like, it's where you credit your artists. Gordy She, art by Dead Nymph. Gordy needs one too, actually. Gordy! God damn it! Everyone's gonna make me look bad. Zoe doesn't have, well, I guess Zoe doesn't really use a model, actually, so. That's I guess, fine, actually. She doesn't really have one. Then my no worry. Look at mine. Yeah, look at Boffy's. Boffy's was gonna be so fucking long. Boffy's is gonna be so long, I bet. Oh no, it's me. Yeah, look at Boffy. Simple. You should hyperlink these. Why are these not hyperlinked? My baby boy, why aren't these hyperlinked? Fucking, I'm using mine. And Noble, I'm just pulling your chain, by the way. I'm not that mad. I was trying to get who created the art and stuff for your model. I keep meaning to, but it's such a, well, I'll do it then. Do you credit just the avatar or like the emotes and stuff as well? You don't have to. It's mainly the model. It's mainly the model. I have like my mods but the model parents are the biggest ones. It's not, I'll do it for you. I'll just do it for you. You can copy and paste it. The model was made by Moo Moo Clover. Okay, so the whole thing was made by Moo Moo Clover then. Okay. Okie dokie. We love Moo Moo. We love Moo Moo in this house. Every month they pop off harder and harder and it just makes me happier and happier. This VTuber rocks a model created by someone you might even someone I bet you recognize, the wonderful at Moo Moo Clover over on Blue Sky. Okay, cool. But that's not all. This adorable slime VTuber also plays a variety of games and releases fun YouTube video about the colony of adventures. Whether it's wheeling and dealing or just serving up some pilknog or other delicious cuisines, Noble will keep you entertained. Actually, let's do from. I feel like I don't use from enough. From wheeling and dealing or just serving up some pill dog or other delicious cuisines, Noble will keep you entertained and informed. 1, 2, 1, 1. Right? Are you doing these sentences? I kind of want this sentence to go here. This is fun YouTube about their culinary adventures. They even have, I'm gonna be a bit of a stalker, Noble. Please don't mind me. For the face pic zoomed in. I'm gonna throw you a bunch of games. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wait, but that's not all. I have a knack for finding new ways to cook meals like spaghetti in a kettle. Yes, it works. Cool. Thank you, Noble. In 3, I think for $20 I told my sour soul. Alright, let me download these so I can put them all in your folder. This emote, this laughing emote that Noah has is so funny. Oh, this one's so cute. This is actually really cute. These are both cute. Your 3D models are also cute. The fuck? I'm gonna have a hard time choosing because these all could go very well in the little spot that I have for it. Okay. That means I can update this instead of putting it in there. Other 3. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Whoop. I'm just gonna use your... Oops. I'm gonna use your... Ah! I prefer to use Twitch names for this. Do anything for $20, I tell my control. The selection only, export. There we go. Okay. And then insert image, image and cell, browse. Huh? 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 What just happened? What? What? Did I not save this? Whole document, export. I guess I didn't. That's fine. 6. There we go. Let's do cooking, slime, funny, hilk, creative, cook, food, yum. Yeah. Oh. This is Noble. Noble 18. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Someday I'm gonna have an interview podcast. Fuck it. Someday, V Highlight, V Stars, Hall of V Fame will retire. And when I retire those series, I will have my own podcast where I interview VTubers. And I will be the VTuber that my tagline will be Elaine, main cow, the VTuber that knows all VTubers. Love interviewing people. It's fun. I feel bad. I think I've done it the way I always have, because I understand that a lot of people have social anxiety, and interviewing people, this is gonna sound selfish, puts the hands of the quality that you create your content into someone else's hands. And I had a rough time with that when I originally did my VTuber infographics. Because people's writing skills aren't always that great, and they would give me one word responses to my interview questions, and so that was hard. And obviously it's more pressure when you're actually on an interview and you're live and stuff, because you want to talk. But I just thought that, like, putting the social anxiety aside, you just have to fill out a form. I thought that would be good, but now it's like, eh. But now the things are in my control. And also, as a thing with doing V Highlight, V Stars, and Hall of V Fame, I'm kind of screening people for it, right? It's like I have technically now this list. More like these lists, because I don't know if I'll ever get to talk to the people in Hall of V Fame. But like V Highlight and V Stars, I'm now having like this culmination of like people where I'm like, okay, like 3 years from now, or okay, that's a long time, a year from now, who's doing what? Are they still bopping? Are they still vibing? If so, I'll have like a podcast or something. I don't know. I'm just being a guy. Screening is a definitely good idea. I made that mistake once. Yeah. Bergie's Cozy Kitchen. Yeah, like with VTuber Varietal, I did an open form where anybody could do it, and don't get me wrong, I love shouting out the little guys. Because I'm a little guy too. I'm not a big streamer, I'm a very small streamer, and I love shouting out other small streamers. But if you're not willing to give me the effort, to fill out my fucking form, guess who doesn't want to do it? Me. But with videos, it's all in my control. It's up to me if I want to make the video or not. So, yeah. Let me edit covers. Because, like, oddly enough, even though I'm producing more stuff now, VTuber Varietal took so much more time for me to do than this does, it feels like. It feels like I would go in, try to do a VTuber Varietal, and it may take, like, a month to do it. So, it was a little rough for me, especially when I wanted to have one come out every week, and then having to rely on them making sure that they would give me back the same effort and hope that they're not going through something. It was hard because, like, I don't know them that well. But I don't know. Maybe someday. Wait, change cover to this. Oh my god. Okay, now we have to go back. Center. I think that's the same. This can be hard sometimes. Yeah, it's just, I think the harder thing about it is, right, that like the people that sometimes are being interviewed don't understand that it's like it kind of takes effort no matter what it is to do it, and they're like, whatever, I'll just do what I want to do. And it's like, but whatever you want to do makes it harder for me to do my thing, and I'm not trying to be bad or nothing, but like also like this took me time to do. Please respect that. I'm pretty sure workshop ideas with you as a host. I'll just be a silly co-host and try to get the guests. Yeah, you know a lot more VTubers than I do, and I think like I could come up with like the serious questions, and then you could have like the sillier questions, because I will get burnt out on questions eventually. Don't get me wrong, I will get burnt out on questions, and then I won't know what to ask anymore. I mean, if we get creative and unique enough people, which I'm noticing that we are, because as I make these videos, I'm like, oh, I wonder like this question that are not fitting in the script. And so I'd love to like have that. It's not, you know, it's just it kind of depends. Order up. I can't say that. Orders here. Well done with cheese. You got it, buddy. Excuse me, sir. You just ordered, sir. Sir, please. You just ordered, please. I've barely gotten the food on the stove. You wanted a well done? Yeah, you did. Oh, Noble, you should get this if you ever do co-working streams. I feel like you'd like this game. Yeah, it only works for the customer that's there currently. Alright, here you go, sir. Here's your well done burger with cheese. What is this? This is Bergie's Cozy Kitchen. It's a fun little Pomodoro or like stream game where you can have chat come in. Cool. Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Ah! I don't know if me shaking this does anything, but it feels like I'm doing something. Should buy more ingredients. I should. Think we just got enough money? Oh shit, wait, okay, let's metagame this. We got tomatoes and lettuce. We got tomatoes and lettuce. Oh shit. We got tomatoes and lettuce. Wait, how many Borgies do we have left? Okay, we have a good amount. Okay. Oh, you want a full ass Borgie? Okay. No cheese, no cheese. Tomato, lettuce, and burger. Okay. Excuse me, sir. I just got to this. Thank you. We're gonna do the Bergie last. Eat this, and you want tomatoes and lettuce. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is not. What do you? Okay. You want it lightly done, right? No, you want it well done. This is silly. I know, right? Alrighty. Here's your triple. But wait, hold on. Oh shit. How do I put... Oh! Okay, now I did it. Okay. Oh no! No! It put the... Fuck! No! No! Fuck. Hold on. 1 second, sir. You will have a new burger in 1 second. I apologize for the delay. Oh. Excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry about that. Let me just... yeah, okay. Nope, we're good. What do you mean? I think that's 2? One more? There we go. Turn this off. What? No, sir, this, it's completely fine. 5-second rule. Alright, here you go. Here you are. Sorry about the delay on that one. 3.5 stars! Sir! I think they dropped my food on the floor. I dropped the lettuce. I rinsed off the lettuce. Hello? Oh, hello. Okay, you want... Oh, you want everything. Okay, you got it. You got it. Yeah, Purviews be hard, SMH. I know. Be ruthless out here. Alright, so we got this, and you want 2. Okay, so we get one of these. I'm back. Welcome back. Okay, we'll do that last. Gotta get the cheese. Gotta get... Oh, okay, that's fine. Cheese, and then the tomato. Okay, and then the tomato. And then the lettuce. And then the lettuce. And then you want it lightly done. Alright, sir, no problem. A little bit of blood. Medium... What? Hate to think how this place did... Oh, we were fine, thank you. We were fine, thank you. We do wonderfully, thank you. Alright, here you go. Yeah, burger's bigger than your head. Be careful with that. Took a little while, but it was delicious. Oh, not again, no. Oh God, oh God. I just heard a fire alarm beep. It's gonna. We got one more burgie. Alrighty. I think we'll do a quick restock while we're here. Perfect. What other onions? I think these are veggie patties, and it would be cool if chat could do an invest and give extra monies. That would be nice. She's on my face. What the fuck do you mean on your face? Look, you're a little duck now. Yeah, it looks like you just have to give it like a second to like change your skin because you're duck now. All right, so you want burgie dish. Got any grapes? Sir, this is a burger joint? Why would we have grapes? Why would we have grapes? Was this to be lightly done? Yeah, lightly done. I wish I had to like flip the burger or something. Okay. So not that, and then you wanted cheese. Get a plate. A burger, this one. This one. You sure you don't want any veggies with this, sir? You look like you could use some. Here you go. Thank you. Tasted amazing. Yippee! Thank you, bossy. Never been a fan of medium rare burgers. Needed it cooked through. I like medium rare burgers. I like it bloody. I don't know why, but I like medium rare. Steaks, burgers, I like it all. Alright, plates all set up for in case anybody else would like any more burgers. Steak medium rare though, for sure. I like... No, I guess I could see that, because like if you cook it all the way through, if it's like a burger, you could get more of like if they season the burger or something. Because then it could be too wet. It could be too wet. No bell for you. You haven't ordered anything. Alright. We'll let next two of the art tip videos. Oh, I need to grab 15.2 second knife opinion. Noble, I fucking love that. Usually I just grab clips though. So let me grab clips. For me, raw ground beef has a weird texture that makes me go bleh. No, that's not, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. What is this, Noble? Why does this clip say pegnog? Why was it just called the cum chalice? What? Okay, Noble. Okay, Noble. It's eggnog and pilk. Pilknog. Pegnog. Oh, okay. No, I'm downloading this one. This one's going in the video. This is going in the video. The cum chalice. I can't get over you saying the cum chalice. Only OGs will understand. That one was for Alistair, not me, by the way. I feel like that doesn't matter. I feel like the fact that you just had that concoction in general is kind of spooky. This one, it's a potion that makes you crave a good peggy. Yeah, I guess so. Let's do this. More garlic powder. I like your cooking. I like that you have cooking videos. Oh, you have different camera angles. I like this. Are you chewing on a gummy bear? Your poor jaw. At least you're getting that jaw workout, you know? You can have that, like, chiseled Chad jaw by the end of that gummy bear. Banging is like pizza. Excuse me? That was the nitro gummy bear? Oh, fuck! Are we able to order a burger raw? I don't know how it works. I think I should have pinned it. I should have pinned it. Hold on. I wrote it earlier. Where is it? Oh, I can't. Hold on. Fucking Bergie's Cozy Kitchen. Bergie's Cozy Kitchen. Bergie's Cozy Kitchen. Hey now. There's different, like, commands you can have for it. I'm just gonna pin this for today. Can one of my mods pin that for me, please? But it says you can get raw. Light, rare, and raw. So I don't know if that's like another meat type or something, because I don't... Well done meat, dark meat, raw meat, rare meat, light meat. Like, why can't I just do raw meat? I don't understand. Thank you, Zodim. Also, the one chip challenge twice. Don't know if that clip is in there. You did. There was. Hold on, where is it? I thought I just saw it. New sound easy. I think it was in the other one though. Dude, I wish I met you earlier. You do a lot of cool stuff. Yo, wanna do a collab next week of something? I don't know what, but something. Okay, Bergie Rami, I got you. Hold on. All right. Thank you, dude. Of course. All right, just raw meat. Can I just give you raw meat? Hold on. I never actually tried it. Hold on. You just want raw. There you go. Hold on. Here you go. Looks like a little pink gummy eraser. Dude, that's 4 stars? It says 4 They didn't even pass it through the pan. Got that repo in schedule 1 if you want to play something. Yeah. I think I could do another schedule 1 next week. I don't see why not. Buffy, do you want to do repo next week too? All content removed successfully. Oh, another flamingo. All right, hello? Okay, so I guess raw just means like I barely cook it, which is confusing to me. You want lettuce, tomato, and cheese? Okay. I'm down, kind of craving some repo. All right, we'll do it next week too. No! You didn't see shit. That's what the trash can's probably for, so that way if I do drop it. So far I've played it once. Hell yeah, we've got... No! I made a veggie burger! Fuck. Okay, hold on. It's okay. The ingredients will be so fresh this time. What is raw? That's what raw is, though. But I thought raw just means, like, straight from the fridge. No, I dropped the lettuce again. God damn. There's not enough. I don't have enough counter space, chat. Yeah, your skin fruit will probably change the next time. Should we get you shut down? I guess so. No. Oh. Here you go. Thank you. They gave me food from the floor. No cheese. Oh no, I forgot the cheese. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, I can move it. Oh, I can move it? I didn't know I could move it. Oh shit, I didn't know I could move it. Oh, yeah, I'd rather move it there. Can we buy anything else? No, not yet. Excuse me. Oh, shit. I'm so used to pressing tab. Oh, it didn't change you. Maybe there's no hedgehog. Okay, so you want... lettuce? I need another plate. And then you want... what do you want? Level 2? Yeah, it's level 2. Okay. Did you want... you want cheese. Okay. One more. Okay. And then this, and then this, and then this. And then your lettuce, because you asked for lettuce, right? Okay. Wait. Okay, I thought that was an X on the burger. Okay, here you go. Here's your delicious Krabby Patty. Enjoy. I didn't drop it this time. Thank you. Give me 3 cents for that one. Not the fastest service? Okay, well, I'm sorry. I had to clean a dish. I didn't want to give you a dirty dish, Buffy. Gosh. I wish we could get more counter space. Utilities. So this is another cutting board. I think this is another grill. Burger cheese. Cheeseburger. Oh, I didn't change you either. Oops, sorry. Yeah, sometimes it takes time, I think, because this is an early access game. Alright. Burgie with cheese. Yeah, and you want it doubled, so let me just turn that on. Burgie with cheese. Burgie. Whoop. Here you go. Thank you. Hell yeah. Have I served? I've served 22 burgers and I'm at a 3.81 stars, guys. What is happening? What is happening? Is it because I can't really use the other burners? Oh, I can use the back. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Let's do a restock. Cool. Oh, fuck. I gotta clean the dishes again. I really should make like I should get a dish rack, but I think that's like $100, isn't it? No, not that one. It's $50, fuck. I have to like play the game like offline just so I could get like all the stuff so that way you guys aren't restricted on what you can order. Are you okay? I'll take the silence as a maybe. Download, save. Download, save. We can also try to get the one chip one too. Yes, that was at you. Where's the? I saw the one chip one. I could have sworn soup does what? Sworn I saw the one chip, or maybe that was a YouTube video. Might have been. Do I have any gameplay videos? Did I download any gameplay videos, or did I not? Yeah, that might be on YouTube. Yeah, maybe. What I said, vegan cheese. Would it even work? I don't think so. But we can roleplay. We can roleplay like I have vegan cheese. I did one twice. I don't have any gameplay ones. Okay, gameplay ones. Give you vegan. Rare meat with cheese and lettuce, please. You got it, buddy. Alright, so you want some lettuce. Lettuce and cheese. And then get this here. You want rare meat, so you just want it seared. I got you. Boop, boop. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go, and then we'll get you your meats. Here we've got the meats, better than the Arby's meats. Here you go. Enjoy your rare with cheese and lettuce. Wait, I duck. It's random. I don't really know how they said it. For the back of the fridge and make you drop it 5 times. Yeah, okay. But what else do you want? You just want a burger? Alright. It's like this one. How? Twice? Oh, the burner isn't on. I gotta drop it on the floor every time. There we go. There we go. Just flip it over. Make sure I just rub it on everything. Excuse me, I'm just rubbing it on the counter to get them good germs for your body. There you go. Here you go. I saw traces of dirt on my plate. Hey man, it's what you ordered. You wanted it on the floor. I deliver. I only deliver the finest of Borgies. Goodness. Do some of this. Can I schedule one clip? Her name is Noah. Alright, then I'll download this. Download this. 5 stars, thank you. No. Oh, it's Borgie, not Burger. It's Borgie. It's this one. I'm gonna grab this one and this one. I don't know why it doesn't always change you guys to different. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, just sometimes it doesn't change it. I don't really know why. You want burgie with cheese? Okay, got you. Autocorrect messed it up. No, understandable. That's understandable. You just want it seared, right? Yeah, seared. I think you need to be despawned. Oh, that makes sense. Like in between when you're like not on the screen. Thank you. Like maybe I can close it and then was there just a car crash in the game? I hope not. I hope not. I don't think so. I like that the bell is squishy. No more bell. No more bell. Just kidding. How would I know that you guys want an order? Okay, I want these 2 videos. I want these 2 videos. I didn't mean to open DaVinci. I meant to open Shutter Encoder. Oops. Whoops. Close. Go on. Does she know who I am? And why does she keep looking? Oh, my eyes are so sleepy, chat. And then I want this one. I think we'll be good on B-roll. Function, okay. V-stars is done. What is the next? Let's just do whoever's next on V-highlight. I have to do this. Ball of slime. Excited. By the way, I downloaded Schedule 1 after you saw you play, and honestly, it's really fun. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. So I decided to try some pretty fun stuff. Oh yeah. Hello, now you're a dog. You want tomato? Okay, tomato. Then you want it double cooked. Oh, let me wash a dish first. Was it double cooked or just seared? Double cooked. still just a rat in a cage. Oops. It'll be fine. Ooh. It'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry about that. Huh? What, the fire? No, it's fine. I'm just cleaning the pan, you know? I'm just seasoning the pan. You know? Cool. Glad you enjoyed it. Alright, cool. I need to clean another dish. Borgie cheese lettuce double. Ooh, shit. You want a lettuce double. Okay. Oh, you're so flamingo. Okay. I got one of these. It says, let's see, it's medium cooked with lettuce, and I'll remember the cheese this time. Okay, that's fine. The cheese. And the bun. And this guy. And this guy. And this guy. There is no bad, I guess. Yeah, I don't really know what, because they don't have a list, because they're like, oh, we're gonna keep it secret, but this is also an early access, so maybe like there'll be more customization options. Also, here is your Barbie. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Oh, we got 30. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn that off. More ingredients. We can have onions. You can only have onions. I really want that dish rack, this one, but I'll have to wait for that one. Yeah, now I got onions. Now Pixels can have caramelized onions. Onions! The ogres of the vegetable world. Party demon ass. I feel like there was someone else I was gonna highlight this week, but I honestly don't remember. Just a rat in a cage. Oh, VTuber and full-time problem. I like, that's cute. I'm gonna take a nap before movie night. Sounds good. See you there, boofers. Have a good nap. I want a nap too, honestly. But I got shit to do. Shit. Who do? Artwork. Yeah, we can do Party Demon now. She's been on my list for a while, so might as well get her on there. They got a new model recently, I believe, as well. It might be more on Blue Sky, though. Yeah, I think I've seen them more on here. If you want a smaller streamer, you could do Rinfinite. I could. They do technically do music, which is an artist. Wait, how big is Party Demoness? Is she big enough for... I don't think she's big enough for the other one, though. Have I been doing big people? I've been doing decently sized people. 19.3. No, not yet. Could do Rin. Let's do Rin. Because V-Highlight is a lot of just the artists, like digital art. So I feel like Rin would fit in V-Stars better, personally. I don't know. What do you think, boofers? Oh my god, my eye itches. My eyes are so tired. Fuck me. I have a lane inception because I'm watching the VOD. The aquarium date VOD. Hell yeah. Get double me's. Double me. It is hot in here and I don't understand. The sun is beaming into my office. Crying and sweating. Whatever. I think star is more fitting for like the idol. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we'll put Rin. We'll put Rin in here. I don't really have a specific order. I just write people down, but I can do Rinfinite for the next time. Yeah, we'll do Party Demoness this time. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're a blue sky person, which is fine. Just gotta find art. Because I know they got, I believe they got a new model recently. My nose is running. I think I'm dying. I think I'm dying. I think I'm dying. Hold on. Everyone's gonna say, I'm not sick. I'm not sick. It's just my nose started running. Whenever my body's too hot, my nose starts running. They did get a new model. Who made the new model? Can I get a picture? I wonder if I could do it roundabout. I've got free. What do you mean you have freeze-dried gummy worms? Can I have one? I want one. Mossy Borgare. Borgare? Is this the person that made? They don't have art, damn it. Ah. I'm waiting. I should come we. Brats. Ah. This art, I could use that art. Has V Highlight ever been known to use art of the person though? I think a lot of the times. Oh no, sometimes I do use art of the person. Okay. Most times I like to just use what do you call it? The model that they use, but I can understand if that's not what they, if they're like in between models or something. I can't get stuff off of VGen Cries, I just realized. Okay. Why can't this just be an image? This is really cool. Can I just have the image of that? That would be really sick. There's things on here that I didn't realize were on here. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Chatty chat, 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 chat. Yeah. I really like this art. This is actually quite fun art. I also like the other one. But I don't know who made that art. Actually, I could probably check. Put it in a document. Models. Opening screen was done by this person and animated by this person. So let me see if I could, if they have like, did they share by chance the one they did for Party Demon S by any chance? By any chance, by any stretch of the imagination, they didn't. What about this person? Did they also maybe share? Oh, they did. Oh, they were the person that did this. The Puppet Proctor stuff. That's cool. Follow. They've done a lot of radioactive stuff too. Like I've already seen 4. Ooh. This one. I want this image. Please. Please let me have it. Did you post it anywhere? Cries. Screaming. Oh my god, they did stuff for them too. Oh shit, they must be big. They must be big. I didn't realize. I don't. Oh, okay. Oh shit, they did stuff for Marin too. Oh my god. I recognize a lot of these VTubers actually. That's sick. There's another Fenari Moth one. Follow. I literally just want that you but the baby. I want this one. Chad, I want this one. Don't talk to me. I'm back. The wife wanted to go for a walk after work. How was your walkie? Do you have good walkies? Yes. Do you have good walkies? To make a new. This is 29. Party Demoness. It was good. She's sleepy now. Aw, cute. Cute. No, I don't do that. I do this. It removed it. Hold on. I'm just gonna DM them. I can't. Okay. I tried. Fuck. I would like it to be known I tried. I tried. I like their whole vibe though. I've been following them for a while now. When they were blue. I liked it when they were blue. But I also like them now. They're so cool. The highlights. This one is 29. That was a femme Sayu. They do have a similar color scheme, but no, this is Party Demoness. You might more recognize her from when she had, hold on. She had a blue model. Is it that one? Yeah, this kind of like blue model that I liked a lot that they had. This one, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. What are my friends doing? Ooh, cute. That's cute. What's Gordy doing? Playing marbles. Gordy's playing marbles. And Zoe's playing Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb. I understand why VGen won't let you do this, but I really wish I could just yoink. Multi-Twitch with you? Multi-Twitch? What's multi-Twitch? Feel that sounds familiar. Okay. What's it? I play video games. I play them sometimes. There's art. That thing happens. It counts as a view, but you don't get channel points. What? Is that the thing where, like, yeah, is this the thing? Okay, is this the thing where, okay, that's confusing me. Where you can, like, watch multiple streamers at once? Or is this, what is this? Welcome to multi-Twitch. You can use this site to watch any number of Twitch streams at the same time, as long as your computer can handle simply put. Oh! Oh! Simply put the streams you want in the URL. Oh! Oh my god, wait. So could I do like... Wait, where's Gordy's? I added Gordy's too. That have to be like that? Oh, it does. Yay! Okay, actually that's kind of fire. Thank you. I like it. I like it. I want BZ's points though. I want the points in BZ stream. I have 76.5. I want those ones. Okay. Oh. I had to press play on them. Why is this in light mode? I don't like that these are in light mode. Are these in light mode? Why are these in light mode? Why is it in light mode? Why is he rubbing a ball? Why is it in light? You know what? Can I just hide the chat? Okay, I don't. Oh, I can just. Okay, it says hide chat, but it doesn't actually hide the chat. Okay. Oh, it can. Okay. This is nice. I can see all my friends. Hold on, wait. I could put everybody on here. Wait. If I put if I put Boffy Mark on here, is it just gonna show him as offline? Oh my god, this means I could have all my friends open. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I want to put a Fierce in here. And Rin? Rin is streaming right now too? Okay, hold on. Rinfinite and a Fierce. What? It says Rin's offline. What do you mean? What do you mean? BLC's iPad just got upgraded. It did. Oh, are they not live? I thought they were. I thought they. Oh, it's. Oh, I spelled Rinfinite wrong. Hold on. Hell yeah, dude. All right. And then we're gonna toggle chat, and we're gonna put this on the other monitor. Oh, this is fucking poggin', dude. This is fucking great. Oops. And now chat's iPad. Prepare for the longest URL you've ever seen. I like to have. To be fair, I'm only like not. It depends on who's streaming. To be honest. Okay, there we go. Oh, I gotta play them all. I have to click play on all of them though. Oh, I see. Because you're not logged in. I see. Because you're not logged in, it's not giving you the points. That's fine. As long as I'm counting as a viewer. There you go. There you go. There you go, BLT. Enjoy. I need to move him. Hold on. I kind of want BLT to sit right there. Save. Big, sturdy, stinking bass. Dirty, stinking bass. Big, dirty, stinking bass. Dirty, stinking bass. Big, dirty, stinking bass. So, like, now if I bring him back. Yeah, there you go. I just wanted him to sit in a good spot. Okay. I don't mean no vitamin. Can you angle the screen like 3D dimension? It is. It is. It's to the side. It's to the side. Unless you want it more, because it technically already is. Well, actually, no, wait. I see what you mean. Fuck, hold on. Can I do that? Hold on. Filters, turn. Hold on. I see what you mean. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry, that was a little hostile. Go to take a nap, or else you're gonna miss Shrek. Not that one. We'll do. Well, good. I don't want you to miss it. Okay, wait. Fuck, hold on. Dirty stinking bass. Dirty stinking bass. Big dirty stinking bass. Oh. Goshness. I feel like I just use one of those. Because I think this will break. Yeah, that kind of breaks it, so hold on. I don't need no vitamin. I don't need no drug. I think this one will work. Dirty stinking face. Why does it do that? Well, okay, we kind of got it. Okay. I think it's gotta be a little bit smaller. Yeah. So weird how this decides to work. Maybe we don't need a mask? Oh, I see. Oh. There. I think that works. I just gotta make it smaller so it fits better. Yeah. And then... yeah, it should be this. Or does it have to be above it? To be... that would be image mask blend and then the 3D effect. Okay, let's just turn that off again. Okay, so... hold on, let me move Chad's iPad. I can't tell what's happening. Okay, so let's just line it up on one side. And then... actually, you know what? Let's reset it. Okay. So now... nope. 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 Keep clicking the wrong things, chat. I got the Parkinson's. Okay. So if I do it this way... no, not that way. Okay. God damn it. Okay, what about this way? Okay, okay. But now we need to face it towards us more? And then... I don't think we need any Z. I think. We do need Z? Chat, I'm so confused right now. How does this not make sense to me as a 3D artist? I don't understand how this doesn't make sense to me. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Okay, what about... okay, and then if I, like... it's not 2-point perspective. The tablet is 1-point perspective. Ooh, you're right. So wait. I figured it out. I got it. I'm messing with this. Not me forgetting that orthographic is a thing. Take me with you. Tell me what to do. Okay, it's still a little off. Like that. I feel like Boffy solely told me to do this just to distract me, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Okay, and then we can go we can go back to here. We can still use this. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I think. What? 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 Oh, okay, I see. Hold on. I need this in front of me. I'm like crooning my neck, trying to have this happen, and it's like hurting my neck. Okay, hold on. On into the night. Fucking, I'll make a better one of these tonight. Okay, then now filters. Now, if we turn... Okay, I'm gonna have to cover chat, I apologize. If I turn this back on, we want this on top. Yeah, we want it on top. Okay. I need the birdie thing to move for a second. Okay. Oops. Okay. Now... Oh my god. Elena's trying her best to figure this out. Don't worry, guys. I got this. Okay. I think that's close. And then... Okay. And then... I wish I could make... I'll make the bottom slide. Like that. But then make... Wait, hold on. I have to align this, like, middle line. Yeah, okay, there you go. It's like... Like that.
Take that dog. No, he's sleeping.
Okay, and then make this 0, and then... Thank you for the say the work. This should save by itself, but we'll see. Filters. It's like one direction rotated off. It's not this direction. It's not that direction. I think it's this direction. And then not that one. Like that. But it's hard because it's like cutting out Rin and Gordy a little bit. And I can't change the field of view because it's an orthographic. Oh, I can change the scale. Wait. There we go. And then if we rotated it a bit more. Not that one. Like this one, and then this. But then like, cause no, that's correct. I need like that. This is so hard. Curse you, Boffy. Curse Boffy to have good dreams, chat. Everyone in chat, curse Boffy to have good dreams. Say, ooga booga, ooga booga. We hope Boffy has good dreams. Ooga booga. And you know why? You might be like, Elaine, that's so tame. Boffy doesn't have good dreams. Boffy has nightmares, he tells me. Boffy tells me that he has nightmares. So I think for him, it would be really off-putting if he had a good dream. You know? So everybody in chat just be like, ooga booga, ooga, ooga, ooga booga. I hope you have good dreams. Okay, this is still off. But then, okay, this one can't be fucked with. It's like that. And then this one. Yeah. This is so fucking hard to do, Boffy. I swear to God, I'm gonna fight you the next time I talk to you. I think that's pretty close. I think there's one angle that's a little off. This one. There we go. Whatever makes you say, I gotta wear what I'm now. My intentions are great. I'm away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? I'm where I wanna be. That's pretty good. Thank you. I think I got it. God damn, that was a bit of a bitch.
No, he's sleeping.
Thank you. Luckily, OBS auto saves, so I don't have to do anything. There you go, BLT. Oh my God, my brain. That hurt my brain, chat. That hurt my brain so much. Oh my God. We got it though. And that's the part that matters. With me now. Guys, it feels so good.
Now I can speed run the tism. Thank you.
I don't like alcohol. Alcohol now I can speed run the tism. Thank you. Of course. Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly over my brain rotting. Just why his dreams come true. Need more water. It's hot today. Alright. Let me change all the labels on these. Oh, whatever makes you break. Already 80s, 90s in Texas. I don't know how hot it is today. I could check. Weather in Portland. 74. A little spicier than I'd like it to be honest. It's just it's only because the sun is beating into my office. That is the only reason. I want cooler weather still, but it looks like summer's around the corner. Yeah. Yes, sir. Time is a relentless bitch, and she ain't waiting for nobody. Edit labels. Save. I need to message my old manager and tell him that I got a brand deal. That I got an affiliate. I keep meaning to message him about it because I wanted to let him know. I'm doing it right now. To let you know. It's not really a new thing. It was just the advanced GG thing. I got reached out by... He is like my first official affiliate. Okay. Affiliate thingy. Brand deal, affiliate, same thing to me until it becomes different. It's same to me because I'm small enough that to me it's the same. I know it's not. I know it's not. I know if I think about it for more than 2 seconds, what it actually means is it means that brand deals are you get paid to talk about the brand. I'm not getting paid to talk about the brand. I'm getting paid to have someone buy it. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'd be paid for. I get paid when you guys buy it. Which, speaking of, I'm trying to say for squisho mode. Hey man, understandable. Speaking of, welcome to Elaine's Milk Club. We don't have milk, but we do have milk. We do have milk, but we do have advanced GG. We have made an assortment of flavors you can pick from, whether it's lemon lime, herbal hibiscus tea, or mango dream fruit. And even they have a new one. They have a new one. Hold on. They have a new one. Yes, it's the white gummy bear is their new flavor. So try that out. And we have a code for every occasion. And don't forget to use the code milkgg for 25% off. Have a sample. Hold on. I'm too small. I'm too small for the my normal desk. Already spoke to them. Just a baby affiliate for now, but custom code, which I think is pretty cool. Squisho mode, I have missed you. I missed you too. I missed you too, chat. I'm always here. I feel like Squisho mode should just be my TTS sometimes. At the end of the day. Okay. I've gotten distracted for long enough. Oh, she's actually live right now. She's playing The Sims 4. Cool. Dun 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 dun. Ow, 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 ow! Ow, my brain! Ow, my brain, please! I have a soft skull! I have a soft skull! My brain! My brain! Party blue, artist, digital art. Silly and cute. Demon. I spelled demon wrong. That's also not demon. Okay. Nothing wrong with it. Acting like we're animals. Ooh, perfect. Perfect. There's so many good clips already with that one. Some Stardew Valley. What? There's a pig? There's a pig in that one? This one where they're in their little squish up mode? Them hanging out with their friend? Them playing Final Fantasy? They play a lot of Final Fantasy, so I think that's valid. Once I hit 1 million channel points, she's gonna get wild. Is there a 1 million redeem? There is, but Pixels doesn't get it. It's the VIP one. Doesn't do anything though. I should have one. I feel like I should have a 1 million one because it gives you VIP. VIP. So maybe, but I feel like considering how many lurkers we have, I could take away your foam sword. Do you want me to take away your foam sword? I could take away your foam sword. If you'd like, I could. You don't want me not to have it? That's valid, but then you would no longer get to remove messages or ban people that you don't like. You would no longer be in the council of that. I mean, you would be in the council to give me advice, but you no longer would have the privilege of doing so. So, hell yeah. I'll do like one more art one. Is there any more art ones? Is that art? This is art. I didn't mean to close that. Listen, you have the power, yes. And if you don't want the power, I mean, you don't have to have the power, but then you can't use the ban hammer anymore. No more ban hammer. What if all the mods redeemed it at the same time? I don't fucking know, dude. I'd have to do something. So you went to me. I'm just trying to see if they have any other about them kind of things. Chaos. Yes, chaos would happen. Use the cool character redeem to vacate your duties. Yeah, if you redeem it as a mod, you get your mod privileges taken away for 24 hours. You get a break. You get a vacation. You don't have to. I think I fucked something up. I just realized something. This doesn't have... Wait, does it? It doesn't. Wait, what? It doesn't. What? Hold on. I made an oopsie. Thank you for the vibe check. I make so the funny thing is like we have so many redeems and silly things that go on here that I forget about half of them. Like I already forgot that we had that one. That's the wrong cover. I already forgot that we had that one. Wait, Mancat, didn't you make more pixel art stars? I haven't made one for the daily vibe check. No, I didn't. Wait, well, hold on. Hold a second. Hold. Our projects 2D art. I might. I have to find it first. I don't know where I put them. Oh, channel point icons. Okay, which one? Have I used this one? I don't know, it might sound crazy, but review rewards. Yeah, okay, so I used this one. I have a star sprite. I could do that one. I don't think I used a star sprite. With my Chinese friends. Yeah, very nice. Resizer Twitch. Oh, take the image. It's a simple star. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I need, what do I need? 2856. What's these ones? Why dead friend? Don't be dead friend. Let's do here and then go down. 28 dies. Things, noodles and rice. Actually, this is the wrong one. It shouldn't have a time. I just realized it shouldn't have a time. It should only have an amount. It's a dim sum paradise. Ever, one per stream and no cooldown. Yeah, one person per stream and then no cooldown and a limit of 5. So only 5 people per stream can do it. Partying has never been so cool. I mean, this VTuber. Party Demoness. Minerva is a fun. Only problem is there will be gone sooner, but not a bad thing per se. Yeah, it's to fuel, because I don't normally do FOMO here. So it's the one redeem that's like, here's FOMO for you. Partying has never been so cool. I mean, just look at this VTuber. Minerva. I don't like that. That doesn't feel good. I guess so. Yeah, I didn't know that they were like mutuals. I like knew them separately, but I somewhat recently found out that they were like moots. I liked their Twitter thing. It was VTuber and full-time problem. This VTuber is not only a full-time. Are they a full-time streamer? I actually I feel like I shouldn't say that unless I know. I also like their new model. It's very cute. Not only a full-time problem, but also a full-time party. While they carry the amazing vibes. Minerva carries the vibes and fun energy as they Whenever carries the vibes and fun energies as they go through wild rides of art, games with friends, and whatever else they are in the mood for. Oh no, not this. I wanted their card. Colorado is a city of gold, and I'm looking for the one you know how come so. They are a freelance illustrator who focuses on character design and the use of vibrant colors. I like that. I like that a lot. They are an illustrator who focuses on vibrant colors. Such vibrant colors are exemplified in not only their art, their model, but all their art or model, but also in their shining and their personality. So if you're down to groove the coolest partiers, such vibrant colors are exactly not only in their model, the art or model, but also in their personality. Let's see if I can get anything else. Just waiting. What TikToks? Ooh, they have a snoo art thing. I didn't realize they had that. They're silly, bubbly, and just silly. Has a great vibe to surround yourself with. So swing. No, while the party's bumping, check out over on there, and I promise the time of your life. There you go. I kind of like that. Kind of like they're the life of the party. Kind of like, I think that's good. Yeah, I feel like that kind of goes round. Okay, I like it. For a while now. Maybe it would be the same without them. Okay. I'll go back to my normal marble. Okie dokie. I think that's all good. We have all the clips, I believe, for this now. Video editing, the highlight, this one, this 10, yeah. The last one is the art tips, and then we'll have a few hours. Okay, let's see if we can get this done in 30 minutes, so that way I can play with panel art for the rest of the day, because I want to. Oh, Is Bergie still going? Bergie is still going. If you want Bergie, Bergie's still going. I wish Bergie didn't hide my taskbar though. Okay, why is Boulder Gate so fat? I don't understand why Boulder Gate is so fat. Because nothing else really is that fat that I want to remove, so that'll be okay. I love Sarah, but me too. They do a lot of the menial work that's like kind of annoying to do. Wargear's okay. Good job. Sometimes they respond, sometimes it doesn't though. I on God thought this was a thing where like I could like have it as a separate window. The fact that I can't makes me kind of upset. What if I like put it on a different window? I just wish I could put it on like a different window. Bergie with all the toppings? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ignore the fact that the game didn't want you to have all the toppings, but I got you. Rare, I got you. Like, what happens if you give them more than what they ask for, you know? Oh. I'm sorry, I dropped this tomato. Let me get a different tomato. Okay, this one. And then we got onions. I wonder if we can caramelize the onions. Can we caramelize the onions? Confidence. We can. Hold on. Caramelize these onions for you, Captain. There we go. Caramelized onions just for you. Put that there. I will do last because that one's gonna take a second. There you go. No, the Borgie! I fucked up the fuck. Hold on. I'm so good at this game, guys. This one. And the new tomatoes. Fucking, I said new tomatoes, bro. There you go. New tomatoes, and I'll get you a new onion. I'm gonna take this patty and put them on there, and I'll caramelize your onions again. God damn, this was gonna be a stacked burger, too. Oops. It's okay, the food's okay, because it was just the... There you go. Big ol' Bergie. Wait, I forgot the cheese! Oh, fuck, alright. I'm a great cook. Okay, because I gave you more, you were happy with it. Okay. Hey, okay, thank you. Thank you. It didn't have the freshly made touch. It's seen bones with more meat than the burger. My burger came without lettuce. Oh, I'm so terrible at being a burger shop owner, dude. I'm so bad. I'm gonna clean more dishes. Just so great at this game, guys. Can we make at least 3 more burgers? Yeah, we can. We can make 4. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Oh! 9 out of 11 stars. Hell yeah. Why can't... I'm just curious why I can't put it on like a different window. wonder if I could restart. Hold on. Restart the game. I wonder if this game has a roadmap at all. Birdie's Cozy Kitchen. Do they have any roadmaps or anything? Not really. So I wish I could like put it on a different monitor, but maybe it can't do that because of I don't know, something. I don't really know. Cause I like it being here. It's just I don't like that it's like not showing my my thingy. Let me see. Smash burgers have arrived. 15 minutes for one customer. People, but since I oh my god, what the fuck? Interesting. Requires custom resolution in window mode. I have an ultra wide monitor. Yeah, it would be nice if you could just have a custom sized thing instead, because like my thing's gone. Maybe we haven't unlocked Smash Burgers yet. I'm sorry. Alright, yeah, I got you. Caramelized onions, hell yeah. Holding off for the smashes, that's valid. I mean, it's not like it costs points to do it, luckily, you know? I would feel bad if this was like a thing where you had to make it into it. I mean, you could, I guess, make it into a channel point thing, but... You don't gotta hold off, because we gotta make the monies, you know? Oh, fuck, I burnt the onions. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, I'll just get you onions. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, we're just gonna get new onions, it's fine. Oh, we'll watch them this time. And you get a patty though. Okay. Can I just order a plate? I could just give you a plate. I don't know if you can just order a plate, but I could just give you a plate. How do you want this cooked? 2 to 2? Oh, I could have cooked the onions more. I didn't realize that. There you go. Top bun. Hell yeah. 3 lettuce. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Another dish. I'm learning though I should always cut the buns first now that I think about it. You want cheese on your burger? You did. Go. Wait, how you wanted this well done? It is well done. Okay. One more time. There we go. Cheese will melt on it. Oh, great. Excuse me. Give. There you go. Hell yeah! You just want a plate? Here you go. Oh, you want it? Oh, the game doesn't let you take it if I just give you a plate. You want it lightly seared? You want it medium one. Hey, but this gives us money so we can get more ingredients, you know? There you go. Give me bun on plate. Oh, maybe I could. Maybe I could just give you a bun on a plate. I gotta wash one. Or wash plate. I have to cut it. I have to cut it. Okay. Here you go. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Oh, I just threw it. Oh, I just threw it away. Oh, fuck. 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 Fucking. Fuck you. Take this bun too. Listen, I'm gonna give you a grilled cheese sandwich. Hold on. Alright, then I do the thing. The thing. You can get a grilled cheese sandwich. Here you go, buddy. I didn't have a single gram of meat. Can we buy anything yet? No. When do I get smash burgers? I think it's when I get this one. God, I'm gonna have to play this game offline just so that way I can unlock everything for you guys. I didn't think about it. I didn't think that it would cost so much, to be honest. Alright. Game said you just want a bun. Nah, I know, right? I wish I could just give like, I don't know, burnt caramel onions. Alright, orders up. You don't want onions, okay. I gotta get plate. Need more buns. Need more buns, chat. Want that well done. Yonka. There we go. Turn this off. I think this is what you want. Yeah. Here you go. And then you want a burgie raw. The next one will be a burgie raw. No! Oh no! Oh, oops. You didn't see that, so it's okay. What if I could plate just the raw patty? Can I plate the raw patty? Oh, I don't have any more buns. Oh, they took my plate. I'll just give you a raw burgie, don't worry. Here you go. Here's your raw burgie. Here you go. You at least gave it 2 stars, which is crazy to me. Burgie dark, burgie well done. I got you. Oh. You didn't see that. It's okay. 5-second rule. Want anything else on it? No? Okay. This, and then bun. Here you go. Thank you. Hell yeah, they dropped it on the floor before. No, I didn't! I'm sending the homies and fam. Hell yeah. Send everyone. Get a discount. Get a group discount. Okay, you don't want cheese, but you want onions, tomatoes, and a well done bun. Okay. Or well done patty. Oh. You didn't see that. Onions. This, and then this, and then the tomato. Here you go. Oh. Excuse me, sorry, 1 second. I didn't know I could just drop it like that. My apologies, here you go. Wait, where'd my bell go? Oh, here it is. Food is dirty and looked like it had been on the floor, but that's still 4 stars, my dude. Onions. It burst. It did burst. It's like, oh Lord, I can't handle the weight. You want tomatoes? I hope you wanted tomatoes. You did not want tomatoes. That's like one of the things you did not want. You wanted onions, though. You wanted onions and lettuce. And then patty. But let it be just lightly cooked. Put that there. Lightly cooked. And then a top bun. And here you are, my friend. Hell yeah, making the monies. Woo. Not bad. Doing not bad. Can we buy things now? It's $90, bro. Alright, what do we got? Consistency keys. Ooh. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to close it. I closed it. My bad. I'm sure the actual term for it, but consistency is the one I'm calling now. I find specific parts of your character that make them instantly recommended. You can see this all the time. Most iconic characters in history before copyright reasons, I won't be showing them, so okay. I wonder what it's called. Key features of a character. Word. Okay. Alright, you want Borgir caramelized onions. Okay. Oh, my eyeballs are still so tired. This. And then you want it. You want it what? You want it seared? Okay, now let's get an onion. And seared. And turn that off. And then the onions. And then lettuce. Lettuce! Let's get the next plate. I don't think we got the vegan burgers yet, unfortunately. Alright. 2 slice. Oh, we don't have any meats. Going through the meats. Gotta deliver the fresh meats. Alright, there we go. And the 4 gear, and then you want... So what else do you want? Cheese. Cheese. And then to the lettuce? The lettuce, yes. Drop it. I gotta fix it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. 1 second. You wanted me to drop this, you know? This guy, and then... There we go, and then the lettuce. There we go. There you go, sir. Enjoy! The healthy dose of bacteria on that guy. Hell yeah. Okay. Key features of a character design that make them recognizable. I guess we will coin it as consistency keys. Who's that Pokemon? Just kidding. But do you know why these silhouettes alone or an image like this, and then I gotta grab something from Buffy. Stream video editing. I will get to that in 1 second. Tips 28. Save. And then okay. Oh my god, my brain is dying. Okay. Borgie. Let's see, let's cut this guy. We didn't get it plated. Boop. And then you want it well done. You want that brother. You don't want that brother to bleed. You want that brother to be dry. Got it. And then you want cheese. You wanted onions? There no rhino skin? I don't know. You know as much about the skins as I do, my friend. Go. This game is still in early access, so it's probably still like a bit buggy in terms of like changing skin, knowing what skins they have and what skins they don't have. Oh. Him. You want lettuce, and lightly seared. Yippee! Alright. Wasn't that dirty. What was I doing? Right. Who's a Pokemon? Just kidding. But do you know why the silhouette is alone, or an image like this can strike familiarity in your brain? That's because they have consistent / strong character design. Today we're going to specifically in this video we are going over consistent keys or features of a design wouldn't be recognizable without, like a color palette or certain accessories. Let me go back to this. This is Mary, an OC I've had since 2017, and at the time I created her, there wasn't much thought or storyline, just personality. And while I cringed at the original takes I had for her beginning, you could clearly see, you could still find consistency between all their poses. Okay. So, general examples of this are how Mario is always in red and blue, and how Luigi is always in, thank you, green. Breaking it down specifically in terms of, let's say, my VTuber, consistency keys that make me stand out would be the fact that I have cat ears and cow horns, along with keys that make me stand. General examples of this is how Mario is always in red and Luigi is always in green. Or I was always in red, and how Mario characters. Bowser always has those studded wrist bracelets. And how is typically associated with the color red, and how and Bowser always wearing studded bracelets. Breaking down specifically in terms of my model. Okay, sir, I was reading a script over here. You're gonna have to wait a few minutes. Just kidding, you'll have to wait like 30 seconds. Consistency that make me stand out. Let's say my VTuber consistency keys. Consistency keys like color palette would be the specific blue and gold that my VTuber specific blue, gold, red, and gold and red shows. In terms of attributes, my cow horns with cat ears and my distinctive bow would be a forefront. Okay. Let me get you your burger now, sir. I'm willing. All right, let me get this for you. You want it to be double seared, I hear, and then you would like no cheese but onions and lettuce. You got it. And I won't drop it this time. I won't be dropping it this time, I promise. 2. Wanted onions, right? Onions and lettuce, yeah. Lettuce. This guy. Whoops! Whoops! Forgot to turn the oven off. My bad. I saw you dropped it. I didn't drop it. I didn't drop it. I didn't drop it. I might have undercooked your burger though. That's a possibility. Okay, I can't restock the kitchen while we're tabbed out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can. General examples of this are how Mario is typically associated with the color red and Bowser is always wearing studded bracelet. Breaking it down specifically in terms of, say, my VTuber, breaking it down specifically in terms of, let's say, I don't like that sentence. I will fix that in a second. Had tea. And you just won't let us, okay. Dun, dun. What, how many do you want? One? You want it lightly seared, still bloody. Got it, champ. Hi, Shadow. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Why was it only 3 stars? Excuse me. Oh, there was lettuce. Oops. How rare, madam. Just shave the fur off? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Alright, great. General examples of this. Another way to look at consistency keys. Actually, and bracelets. Another perspective could be when we examine my design. For example, the color palette would be the specific blue, gold, and red that my VTuber Elaine, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Everyone order a burgie. Yeah, if you want a burgie, feel free to get a burgie. General examples of this are how Mario is wearing studded bracelets. Another perspective, other example could be when we examine my design. When looking at my color palette, important swatches are my skin tone, hair, and clothing. Keep looking at my tabs. Did I open Critical Role? Huh? No! It's just a song. It's one of the songs. We're playing a Critical Role song right now. It's just one of the songs I decided to play. Boop. You would like a slightly cooked, a medium rare burgie. It's because I listen to like fantasy music when we play the Friday games on Spotify. Anything else? Nope. Alrighty. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about it. Compliments to the ship. Yippee! That'll, yeah. Okay. Hey, I found the right one. Another example could be when we examine my my design. When looking at my color palette, important swatches. Looking at my color palette, important swatches are my skin tone, hair, and clothing. In terms of features that contribute to my silhouette, we would marking in the terms of features that contribute to my silhouette, my ears, horns, and distinctive bow are important to note. I think that's pretty good. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay. Alright. You like a bun and some onions. Excuse me. My life exists outside of this burger joint. But I will get you your burger nonetheless. Burger. Slightly seared with onions. Oops. Wait, can I still put this on here? Okay, wait, we could... There you go. Rebuild the burger. Rebuild it. Rebuild the burger. Oh, fuck. Rebuild it. Rebuild the burger. Does it have to be, like, on the table? Oh, okay. This one, and then... Hello, V. I saw you drop it and then pick it up. I did. I dropped it on purpose. Hi, V. How are you? Thank you for the vibe check. My hair's in my food. Whoops. Ugh, my brain. Alrighty. Who's that Pokemon? Just kidding. Do you know? Oh, take a break. Okay, New York Times games. We haven't done New York Times games in a little bit, and I just made some Borgies, so. Uneaten part of toast often, the crust. Like stud muffins? Dude, it's a whole rabbit. Not the jackrabbits, but fair for use as a marker shake. It's like the thing when you like press a marker. I don't know. Nick of 48 hours. I don't know. Strike zone's lower bound. What? To a chip in the baking aisle. What? Kind of a sentence that would keep going on and on. It should have... Oh, run on. Cousin's dad, uncle. Spin out on the ice. Swerve. I don't know what that one is. Types. Song if I said fuck you. I got it. Okay, I fixed it. Okay. I don't remember what this one would be. What this one? Spin out on the ice, say... Pixels, I said I had it. What do you mean? It's not a lie. I already added it, you dumb butt. What the fuck? Hong monkey. What the fuck? Oh, skid. What? I thought it was skid. Am I spelling skid wrong? Skirt? No. Oh, skate. Oh, uncap. Chunk? The fuck? Nolt and knees? Huh. Okay. Excuse me, sir. I was playing New York Times games, thank you. I gotta make sure I don't have Alzheimer's. What do you want? You want caramelized onion? I got you. Hold on. Listen, it's all me and myself and I in this burger joint, alright? Gotta take it easy, I'll be. It's my first job. Alright, how well done do you want these? Just the once, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Then you want that double seared and you also want cheese. Okay. As 2, right? You wanted it as 2? Yes. Go. Hell yeah. Let me get another plate. This takes the longest is doing the plates. Yet understand song artist better? You're making me change it again? Okay. Hold on. I remember when we first made this and you were like, oh, you have to switch it though. It should be artist and then song. Burgie? Yeah. No, what do you mean no? You're the one that had me switch it in the first place. No, because like when you do it in here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was this. What the fuck is it? Don't know me. Wait, how do I order a burgie? It's exclamation point burgie. It should work. I don't know why it didn't work for you. Yeah, you wanted it to be the same, but you had me flip it before. You had me flip it before. I specifically remember, and I'm not willing to take no for an answer, because you specifically, I remember, had me flip it. Because, like, it wasn't matching up with something else, so I had to switch it. There you go. Burnt. Here is your burnt burgie. Hey man, could have been worse. Wait, no, I should do that after I reset. It should just be exclamation point burgie. Alright. See if we can speed run the rest of these. Page. Papa. No. Baggage? No. Papaya? No. Poppy? Hell yeah, okay. World time. Let's do audio. Alright. Praise. Fresh? Fresh? Nope. What if it's trees? It's not. S-R-E-T. What if it's not? What if it's E-S-T? Crest? Yes! Yeah, why is it not working for you? Bergie rare, yeah, that should work. Oh, you know why? I know why it doesn't work. Now do it. Because you're not subbed anymore. Tulips. Flowers. Okay. There we go. Give me that yum burger. You got it. You got it, Captain. I have a plate just ready for you. Dice them up. You would like lightly seared with caramelized onions, tomatoes. Okay, so and then you want caramelized onions. Where the fuck did my lettuce? No! Oh, I dropped the lettuce. New lettuce. No. No, I didn't. Fuck it. It's not even your burger. Don't be mad about it. Okay, this guy. You go over there. You go there. You go here. You need to cut up the onions. And then we need a meat patty. Did you want tomatoes on that? You want tomatoes on that? You did. There we go. Caramelized onions. Tomatoes. Burgie. That I believe you wanted lightly seared, correct? Yes, lightly seared. Lightly seared. Turn this off. A little bit of everything. Good. Wait, did you want cheese? No cheese. Okay. I appreciate the lack of hair, of course. Enjoy! Sorry it was a bit slow. Hell yeah. The dish was good, so we're happy. Oh, I gotta remake this one. Whoever orders next is getting this one. Don't care if they wanted onions or not. Daffodil. Spring flowers. If they don't want onions, just drop it back on the ground. Oh, good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. I see Lily. Lily? I got it. I got it. I don't know what this is. No, it's not a hysteria. It's not how you spell hysteria. Okay. What would you like? You would like a cheese. Oh, you want. Okay, perfect. Hold on. You wanted it double cooked. Double cooked, you got it. You got the onions and the tomatoes, and you want the cheese. You better not say that this was on the ground, because you don't even know that. This was before you even ordered, sir. There you go. Oops. I keep forgetting to turn this off. You enjoy a bit off, lacking freshness. The food, and you don't know it was on the floor. You don't know that. I don't think everybody wants burgers. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's waiting. All right. It's not chrysanthemum. I don't... That would be too much, Chris. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, chrysanthemum. Carnation? No. Sunflower. Is it chrysanthemum? No, it couldn't be. Right? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Hydrangea? I don't think no. Oh, the witches see it in your eyes. I see the word Crocs. And say. And tint. Hyacinth? Oh! Oh! Is this sucker? Oh, sucrose? Wait, what? Sucrose is sugar. Crocus. It's a crocus flower. I got it. Sweetness that. Okay. Hunt check game. Ford president play. Car stop. Oxen block. Movie actor. Dysentery. Director and concert. Dysentery. Okay. I feel it may be dysentery game oxen something. Director, actor, play. Stop Ford. Actually, a block, a dam, a stop, and a check maybe? Or maybe checkmate, car, playmate. No, maybe not. Bell only works if you're the current customer. from what I've learned. Yeah. Thank you, V. Movie, actor, director. Hell yeah, I was very careful. Hi, Dip. Hunt. This is hard. Connections, hints. The 14th? Those are not the same ones that we have right now. Was it the 13th? I feel like this is not it. Hold on. Have the next day's one? Oh my god, why is this so big? I feel like this might not be today's. Is it this one? Oh, that's for Tuesday. Connections, this one. Okay, 3.4. Okay, okay, I got it. Straightforward. Okay. Okay. Okay, oxen. Dysentery. Is there a dam in the Oregon Trail? Game? The Oregon Trail is a game. You get dysentery, there's an oxen. I feel like it's either dam or hunt, right? But is hunt a different one? It'd be hunt. Fuck. Okay, what about dam? Damn it. Okay. So this one said it was one away? But this is the wrong one. Okay, I need more hints. Need more hints. Need more hints. Okay. Linked by a shallow part of the river or body of water. Better secure your entry in advance for these. Limit, prohibit. What? Better secure your entry in advance for these. What? Prohibit. Linked by a shallow part of a river, other body of water. Movie, concert? Wait, but how would that... Oh, movie, concert, a play, or a game? Hey, okay, okay, okay. And then... Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I don't like this one. Linked by a shallow part of a river or other body of water that one can wade across. Dude, the answer's like right there. Right there. Fuck you. And then the other one is Calaria and broken axles are an obstacle here at limit and prohibit. Damn, block, check, stop. Hey. Okay, oxen, dysentery. Then what was the about water? Water? It's not gonna be a car. President, actor, director. How does that go together? I'll wait for your response as I do this order. I have enough burgies with you. Lettuce and cheese. Wait, lettuce and cheese. Oh, just people? Okay. Cheese. Cheese. There you go. Wait, what? What is it? I'm waiting. All people with Ford for a name. The actor, the president. The actor, the president, the car, and the director. Oh, this lie. This the purple group. That's so stupid. Linked by a shallow part of a river, dude. What a bitch. What the fuck? That's so bullshit. The fucking thing led us astray, chat. The connections hints led us astray. We would have had that had it not been for that. Okay, well, whatever. Whatever. It's alright. We got it in the end, and that's all that matters. I now have to grab stuff so I can finish this. And then I can draw, because I want to do art really bad. We were supposed to do art like 30 minutes ago. Consistency, please. Thank you for the cheek pat, V. I guess we got so sidetracked. Harrison Ford, Henry Ford, Gerald Ford, John Ford. Oh. I feel like the fucking hints threw us off. That's why I didn't get it. You know? I'm just gonna use this image. He knows his Fords. He does. I mean, it's true. Our tips. This one. 28. Okay. And then I want to do like a scroll down of this, I think. Which means I will have to close this. I will have to close this. This won't work if it's open. No more burgie for the rest of the stream. We'll do more burgie tomorrow. More burgie tomorrow. Consistency, please. Cover, upload cover image. Video editing. This one. Okay. And then I'm just gonna stretch this out a little bit. Images, image and cell. Who's that Pokemon base? Images. Video editing. Who's that Pokemon? Yeah, I was gonna do my VTuber, just color them black though. It's Ditto! I love that one. Cool. Pokerman. And then... but as main cow. Hell yeah, dude, I love that. Consistency, silhouette, colors, accessories, distinct. Just put Ditto's goofy face over yours. That's true. That's true. Who's that Pokemon? Just kidding. But do you know why the silhouette alone or an image like this can strike familiarity in your brain? That's because they have consistent, strong character design. Specifically in this video, we're going over consistency keys or features of a design that a character wouldn't be recognizable without, like a color palette or certain accessories. General examples of this are like how Mario is typically associated with the color red and Bowser is always wearing studded bracelets. Another example could be when we... Okay, so now we gotta get like... Mario meme. Go do this one. And then Bowser meme. Shock factor. Okay. The first Mario meme was me when you started talking. This one? Hold on. This one. Look at this one. That's funny. Another example would be when we examine my design. When looking at my color palette, and then we could do like square, 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 I think. Like do like cute little squares. File, new. Do like cute little squares. This is what I was doing with Buffy the other day, and we were like, let's look at my character. My looking at me. So let's do this one, and then yellow. Oops. Yellow. And blue. And like white. Yeah. These like equal to one another? There you go. And do selection only. This is the color palette. And then I could probably just record and then do little cutout videos. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. This is one when looking at the color palette. Okay, and And then the last one is grabbing a screen cap of the website Dynamic Poses by Bao Bao. Bio. Oh, they have a video. Oh, thank you, V. I feel like I look pretty silly when I'm focused. Oh, right. What am I doing? Refresh. New video. We're gonna go from here to here. I don't know if I do the whole thing, but thank you. She's a sleepy baby. Okay, time for art. Time for art, chat. Time for art. All right. Yum, 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 yum. I think I'd have to open it from where it is saved. This one. Hmm. I see like a cute donations box. Mm-hmm. Like a cardboard box. I gotta do and my pen tablet. Alrighty. Put this in here. It's supposed to go the other way. I need the cord. Scoop to me. I don't even know what we're listening to anymore. I've been kind of tuning out the music, I feel like. Alright, lose sketch time, chat. Give me this guy and give me this guy. Nope, I want this guy. Oh, this guy works. Yeah, I like that guy. Where's my pen? It's right here. Right, reference. Save. There we go. And then this person made new ones. This person. Because of course I made another cute one. I feel like I just had an idea. And this is a very self-destructive idea, but I kind of like it. Alright, chat. What if we went back to the cardboard aesthetic? Like, let's say we still kept the projector and everything, but it was made out of cardboard. You know? Like, the screen can stay, but the header? What if the header was made out of cardboard? No. This reminds me of another reference that I had. Gosh darn it. Not that one, not that one. Love these. Ooh, fuck. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. It's a very old puref. It'd be dot pure. Nope. Oops. Oh man, where is it? This person. Oh my god, I should put them on. Oh my god, I just realized I should put them on VTuber V highlight as well. Fuck. Eat fuck. Okay. Son of a bitch, I need to combine all this. Okay, and then I know that they don't look exactly cardboard crayon, but they're mentioned. Okay, and then oops. So enjoy checking UIs. Okay. Tape that I mentioned too. Okay. So let's put these all together. And we're gonna group these and put these over here. Actually, can we just copy these and put them in here? Yes, we can. Yippee! All right. We have a small issue though, to where it's becoming a point where it's kind of like, I feel like we have too many references. So maybe I just need to organize my references first. All right. Like, we like the vibes of them. So that's... Can I ungroup these? Okay. Well, that's fine. So we like the vibe. This one, I think I'm just gonna... No, keep the full thing. We like the vibes of this one, but lesser, so I'd make it smaller. We really like the vibes of this one. This one is kind of along the same lines as these two. So I'd make these the same size. Because I want to be able to see them. This one, I like the vibe of, but I don't think is the aesthetic that we want. It's more like there's some key points in it that I enjoy. So I think this is similar to this like level of referencing. This one I really like as well. So this one I think would go over here. In terms of like how much I want to reference it. And these are just my references for stuff, so I can just remove these, I think. I should put these over there. I don't need this. So young, you know, big old theta. Okay. And these will be the old ones that I made that I don't... It's not that I don't like them, it's just that I'm going in a different direction now. Okay. So these also have vibes of things that it's like, oh, these are cute, and I like these. And, like, they're cool, but, like, maybe I wouldn't want to reference them directly. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, like there's some cute things in here and stuff. Like I personally, I really like this. It's kind of like sticker, like the stamps. The stamps are pretty cool, so maybe I'd make that one just like a little bit bigger. And I like this one for the rounded shapes, but I think I'd make it a bit smaller, so I put that in there. This one isn't really striking me with anything. This one's pretty cool, though. I think these two could go together. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So these are like vibes. We like the vibes. We maybe don't want to do these the one-to-one, but we do really like the vibes of these. I would almost put... I put this here. Put this here. So I like these more than I like these. But these have like notes of things that I think are interesting. Okay. Okay. So now we can remove that one. These are UI references that I think are kind of cool. None of them spark, like this one sparks me a little bit, but I don't know if anything else does. Other designs. I don't think any of these super inspire me. These ones are pretty fun though. But I don't know how much we'll use the tape. Like stickers and tape kind of thing. Because I feel like we're not, I don't know if we're the stickers and tape kind of gal, you know, chat? This is pretty, I do like this though. This, I'll take this though. We like the vibes of that. Okay. So we got some of this. Okay. And then we really like these. So we like the star motifs. We like kind of like this stuff. We already got like our first About Me panel kind of set up. So I sketched that one the other day. Yeah, I drew this one. I have to add kimchi to it though. I think kimchi might sit like here or something. or like down here, like in the bottom. But that's that. Okay. Like, I feel like these ideas, this, if I could take someone else's shit, I would. That's the shit that I would take. Obviously, I'm not going to, but paper aesthetic UI. We should also bring in as a strong reference, and I think that would be important for us to look at a lot, is our schedule. I feel like our schedule also has this kind of like, well, this is the vibes that we want kind of now. Yeah. Book paper UI. Ooh, I should use that. Oh, fuck, what was it called? I want to try it. It's like an alternative to Pinterest. So I'm interested in what it is. Because it's like, it like focuses specifically on not using, like not sharing UI. So you have more like references from real life, references from real artists. And I think that's really interesting. So I want to look at that. Where is it? This one. Cosmos. A discovery engine. Okay, Cosmos. Okay. Discover and collect the best informations. One home to save products, photos, quotes, and videos. And links. Save anywhere with our extension. Interesting. So it's kind of like a way to save. Interesting. Okay, this is very... Oh. It's kind of like the inverse, I would say, of Pinterest, right? Where you're going to Pinterest to find other people that have made boards in a way. Whereas this, you are taking references that you enjoy and then essentially making them into a mood board or collection of your own. In a more, I would say, direct way. I feel like this is lagging because I have graphic acceleration turned on. Probably should turn that back on. This is very interesting. It would be like an alternative. It would be an alternative to bookmarking. Creators of the world's biggest bands use Cosmos. Interesting. So they're saying that for a lot of inspirational stuff, Spotify, Adobe, Apple, Figma, and Google use this. Interesting. It's very interesting. Let me restart. Let me restart this guy. Oops. No, remove, go away. Graphic. I'm just curious how this relaunch. Oh, 2 people are offline. Oh, no. Is anybody else live? Be still live? Blanc. Le Poison Steve. Oh my god. Let's see. Havoc. Shy. Joker. I will actually learn Jokers though. And Havocs. I'll take Shy. And we'll put that there and do that. There we go. Is everything like lagging? Ooh. Okay. Sure. Hi, Stinky. Hi. You're a bitch, and I feel like you made me, focus on fixing BLT's fucking iPad just to distract me, We're gonna go Elaine. Why do you want to know my birthday? I don't need to know my birthday. I'm very interested in this because I get I have a lot of references for a lot of different things at a lot of different times. This one. Ocean's cool. Interior design's cool. Branding's cool. Film photography's cool. Tech is cool. Cinema's cool. This one, quotes is kind of cringy, but nature's cool. So if I looked up something, let's say like paper UI designs. These are very minimalist. I do not want minimalist. Let's say like cardboard then. Maybe paper is too clean for it. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, I do like that pull to open. Ooh, I do like that pull to open. That is very interesting. Like, not, what if I put not minimalist UI design? It still gives me minimalist. Interesting. Okay. Let's do book UI. Let's try that. Book game UI. Okay, this one's interesting. Okay, similar. Interesting. Okay. Okay, these are kind of cool. These are kind of more what I'm liking. Oh, the end Kyridian's cool. I'd save this to like, hold on. Feels like a toy house situation where I have to make different bookmarks for different things. Oh, Lord. Okay, I don't want to deal with that right now. Okay, let's just look at these. Why won't it let me see them? Superhero. I don't want to log into Pinterest. Leave me alone! Okay. It's a bit out of the range of out of the scope in which I wanted, I feel like. Okay. Ooh, this one's cool. I kind of like this. The solid, chunky lines. Let's save this one. This one goes back into character design a bit more. I do like this a lot. I don't know what this comes from. It looks like a card game, but I do like the borders on that. That's very nice. Those are cool. Like little books. Okay, what if I just look up cardboard? Well, what does that give us? Just cardboard, just all cardboard. There's a butt on cardboard. Ooh, I do like this, how it's like kind of like stapled together recycled cardboard. That's very interesting. Cardboard. Might go back to cardboard chat. I think my little Tism wants to go back. I like this. This is interesting. That's cool. It's minimalist, but I like the tape. Cardboard UI. Cardboard. What about graphic design? Hey, Lynn, what's up? What's up, dog? What's poppin', homie? chasing. Don't know why, but I keep chasing. I think I'm gonna miss Shrek. Okay. That's okay, buddy. You need more sleep? Doing okay, bud? That's okay. You like the second one more anyway, right? So that's okay. Bed too comfy. Understandable, buddy. That's alright. You sleep good, man. You eat good. I will miss you, but you eat good. The reason my heart's chasing, why, but I'll keep chasing. That's another idea. You'll never be the same. The idea of getting up to watch Shrek is unfavorable. But you're watching Shrek with your best friend. That's okay, though. I don't really care. Hey, man. It was either gonna be Shrek or it was gonna be the Minecraft movie. That's all I'm saying. That's too... Sorry, I just should have tested this nap. It's okay. You're fine, buddy. Get some good sleep. You're fine. My love. Look at you, look me down. I will miss you, but you are okay. But just that we found something so out of the ordinary. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I feel like I have a headache. And the more I feel like maybe, not for any reason in particular, I just have like a small headache because, I don't know, hot maybe? So I wonder if it'd be okay to like, nah, never mind. Never mind. Jealous how we found something so out of the ordinary. If we did it like this. Over the clouds. I can't wait to know. This believing always be there, so you can anything and listen. We're bound together, now and forever. Let you go, baby. I can't wait to know. But if you think about this, believe me, I'll always be there so you can tell. Baby. We can go on Etsy. Etsy's a good idea. See what their panels look like. They're very square. Uh-oh. Some things don't work. In my house. Ooh. Ooh. Reminds me of Queen. Of my world, you were really meant to be. So I'm just trying to get by on people like that hurt. Okay. I think we're gonna skip movie night tonight. Just cause my head hurt. My head hurt. My head hurts a lot. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Thank you for the wellness check. I think I'm just like maybe dehydrated. I don't know. I'm like so tired. My head is frustrated. I'm tired and wanting to go sleep. Yeah, I have water. I've been drinking water. Yeah. Could you plug it in? It's not plugged in. I unplugged it when I was doing stuff. I don't know. I just like I'm so tired and I'm just boy. Is it like weird in here? Maybe stuffy or bad? Okay. You bad energy? Do I need to do a smoke cleanse? I don't fucking remember what they call it when they like burn that like bundle of herbs. What is it called when they do that? Burning herbs. Just put it on like 2 and I'll be good. What's it called? Yeah. What's it called? What is this called? Oh, no. A smudge cleansing. Smudge, an incense thing. Saturday. Saturday at like 3 o'clock on Saturday. We could reschedule for Saturday. I'm gonna reschedule for Saturday. So we could watch the movie, but we'll just do it on Saturday. A different time or day. Bye. Let's practice. No, I don't want to count numbers. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. No. I don't even think. I feel like that's not even the right song. I feel like that's not even the right song. But look at it. I feel like that's not even the right song. Or if you're down with a star. I don't think this is the song. I don't think this is the song. I only count to 4. The fuck? I think it's funny that it wasn't the right song. Star. There we go. Oh, this one was settled out. Oh, okay. Joker's doing cool Joker things. Maybe we'll raid Joker later if they're still streaming in like 30 minutes. Because I want to sketch a little bit more before I go die. I didn't care how I got it to work last time. I just guessed every time because I didn't actually know. That's valid. Maybe it's the thing again with the artist thingy. I don't really know. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Haha. I think this is cute. Hold on, wait. I have an idea. Nah, because I just guessed the name and prayed. I mean, hey, valid. Hey, you know, whatever works at the end of the day. What if it is like curved, right? Let's say it's like a curved box. I can't draw. My brain is frying. I feel like I want to take. Oh my god! I heard one of those like morning doves outside, and it's like, "Yep, time to sleep." So what if we did like little thingies, right? And they had like little symbols in them. Oh my god! My brain. Count to 4. I can only count to 4. Wait, no, my brain is braining right now. You guys don't understand. I just had a new idea. Thank you, Rainer. Okay, what if it was like this? Hi, Uncle Bo. I hope you're having a wonderful day.
Write that down, write that down!
Okay, the idea is that we do something like this, but in cardboard. Because I might go back to my cardboard theme. Elaine's thinking about it. 3, 4. I can't count no more. So I really like this kind of like folder aesthetic, I think. So I think the folder aesthetic could be cute. And then we can do like 2, 5, 10, 9, 10. Again. Like we can do like things like this. Easy. After stream, I'm gonna go take a nap, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna wake up, and then I'm gonna make a whole new stream layout, and then tomorrow I'm gonna come back and we'll have a whole new stream layout. Easy. You guys ready? You guys ready for the stream UI rebrand part 35? I don't know if I like the 3. Thank you for the cheek pap. And then, like, we can write whatever it is here. And then... Wait. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll be honest. I'm just spitballing shit. Seeing whatever sticks. So I feel like this one could be good for VGen, you know? VGen being this one. And then, like, this one... Elaine's having ideas. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait, no, I'm having ideas. Okay, what if we kept this one, and then instead of it having, like, the little pin cushion like that, it could be like, oh, this is the Discord icon. And it's, like, stitched into the pillow. Right? And I have Sleeping Moira, and then credits. I don't know if we'll keep the credits, question mark, because how the credits were going to be is, like, it was going to be, oh no, it was going to be a canvas, not books. Okay. Okay. Elaine's brain is working in the final moments. In my final moments, chat. Oh, but we could do, like, multiple, oh, Elaine's having ideas. In my final moments of live chat, I'm having ideas. Baby mode. Okie dokie. I don't know why Sammy's not working for this stuff, but that's okay. Outfit change. I'm so big. I'm not supposed to be big. I'm supposed to be small. But hide the mini. Because everyone else is so fucking short. Okay, but like, yeah, because we could do, yeah, we could keep socials different. And then the donations can be, okay, yeah. So, and then we can have 3 that are similar. So like VGen. I'm letting her down. Let her, another hit. Cause like, it would be cool if there was like this and then it's like, right? And then like, I gotta see it. I gotta have it. I have a very loud ringing in my ear without my earbud. Oh, dude, maybe you should like lower your audio. That's a little spicy, my guy. Be careful. Don't go deaf. Yeah, and then we could do like, this one could be like my VGen, and then like the little guys could pop out of it, like little guys. Woohoo, you know, like little sock puppet. It's like a full folder. And then I think I like credits being the way credits is. 11 years old. I didn't do rules, did I? I don't think I did rules. It would be VGen. But rules I feel like should be distinct, shouldn't it? But theirs is like it's different for every single one. No, the one without it, as in I was just sitting here, then the sound effect. What? Brain what? Brother what? It could give anyone. Alright, I gotta do, so we do a new list. Welcome. And then there's credits. Rules. Socials. Chat commands. I think I just had an idea for chat commands, but I don't know if it'll work. Just sounded as if I got flashbang. Oh, I hope you're okay. And then donations. Eek, are you okay? Baby, grab your hands. Hello, I'm tiny. You probably should get that looked at if it's consistent. Sometimes I have that happen too, but as long as it's not like a major, like, consistent thing, you should be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and D&D. D&D honestly might stay the same. Save a few things. And I think that makes sense. And then Advanced GG is just the way Advanced GG is. I'm pretty sure the Advanced GG one is just the size that I made it. So I'm just going to make sure. It isn't. Fuck. Okay. Boop. First time that happened that bad. Okay, well, be careful and make sure, you know, your audio is not too loud. We don't want you go deaf. We don't want you go deaf in this household. You know. Actually, what is the width of this one? Width is this. What's the difference? Okay. So actually, they're the same size. It's just the corners rounding is different. We don't have Bergie up right now because I'm just drawing. I like to draw. Because we could do, So a lot of these shorter ones, right? They're just so you can click them. Yeah. There's the clicky ones. So that would have to be for... There's a difference between just click. There's a difference between full viz, just clicking it, and then thank you for all the boops and the hepaps.
No,
Couldn't say that word. And like a link to things. A link to link. Okay. Brain is making sense. So then if we did... If vibin is just supposed to link, and this one is just supposed to link, we could do... This one could be like credits. No. Link to... Hold me in your arms tonight. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink more water. Credits are full viz. Full viz with text. Socials is just a click one. Okay. Yeah, I like these ones. Okay, so I'm seeing. I'm understanding. Devil on the night. They have some that are headers, like just headers. Because I think the welcome will be its own thing. Donations will be its own thing. Socials will be its like a full thing. I've always wanted to drink out of that hamster thing, that guinea pig drink. I mean, yeah, boy, that's why I have one. And then credits and rules would be like titles. And then chat command would also be a title. But this is like a full thing. So this is full viz, just click. And then link to. So socials would be a link to. The notions would be a link to. So this one would be a full pie. Socials would be a half a pie, and so would donations. And then these three would go together, I think. Or those 1, 2, 3, 4 will go together. That makes sense. Okay. Because rules, well, rules doesn't necessarily have to be a title card. This too could be a full boy. And then these three could be titles. So that would mean... There's 2 full. And then there would be... So close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. Okay, and if we did it like that. Okay, and let's say... Yeah, they go with the standard 3x, so we're going to go with the standard 3x as well. So if we were to break it up, we'd have a whole, which is welcome. Rules. And then we could do like... Those are title cards, socials, and donations. So it'd be like socials and then donations. Yeah, so this could take up the larger half, and then this be socials. And then this can be donations. And then we have, I'd say the advanced GG ones go here. Credits, chat commands. I'd probably do credits here. Credits. And then do a little blurb. And then do chat commands. And then this one could be a title card for like D&D, I think. And then what else do we have on here? That's not what I want to click. Rules and chat commands. Let's see. Other ones have like gifts and stuff, but I don't really know if I want to do that. Eliminate the words that you cannot find. Someday I'll have to do the Patreon one. Which I feel like I should make room for that here. You know, maybe socials is as big as a title card instead. So that way it's like this big. Socials. And then like another title card. The Patreon. And then the donations. Let me also look at the one that I really like. This one. Then we have the D&D. That's all we have. Dungeons and Dragons, socials, rules, chat commands, credits, wish list. Let me look at this on the other tab. Let me look at how the other person laid them out. Niskina. Ah, I see. And then how does it look on a 4-panel? I think VTubers are expecting the 4 panels at this point, which changes it a bit. Yeah, because they have... Okay. Okie dokie. I think I'm going to go plan off stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm sorry today was a bit of a shorter stream. I'm a bit eepy and tired, and I want to take a nap, and I've been wanting to take a nap all day long. All day long. So I'm going to go send you to Joker. So go have fun with Joker. My lovely, lovely Joker, who's an amazing artist, and if you can, commission them. But I'm gonna go take a nap for like a little bit, and then I'm gonna go do other stuff. But I love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'm sorry that I'm so eepy, but I hope you can forgive me and we can have a fun day tomorrow. But I love you guys a lot, and I will see you guys tomorrow.